I request that we be upstanding for the national anthem, after which we will have the East African national anthem, and then we will have a prayer led by Waweru Gishui.
As we are standing, I request us to bow our heads for prayer. We want to thank you, our God, this morning, the 18th of January, 2021, because many are the plans in a man's mind, but it is yours to bring them to fruition. So we are standing before you, asking you to be our guide, to be our God, to protect us, to help us maintain what we saw and took an oath onto, to protect the profession, to do our best as always as advocates and members of the Law Society. So we welcome you in every of our deliberations, we welcome you in every of our discussions to the very end. We pray for your protection, we pray for your power and a supply of grace to be with us as we start in the middle and to the very end. And when you do that, we'll be careful to offer thanks in the end. We pray this, trusting and believing in your name, and we pray, amen.
Thank you. We may be seated. I will now hand over the ceremony to the President to call the meeting to order.
Thank you, Madam Mercy Umboa. Good morning, learned friends, and welcome to this special general meeting. Could you project the online platform so that we also welcome those who are joining us online? With me here are the council members. Perhaps they could just introduce themselves. From my left towards myself, and then from my far right towards myself. We'll start from my far left. Introduce yourself and greet our colleagues.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Beth Michoma, Upcountry Representative.
Good morning, learned friends. My name is Kipkoech Bernard Ngetich. I serve as a council member in the Upcountry category. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Aileen Aluso Ingati. Thank you all for coming for today's meeting. I look forward to fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Caroline Modeu, your Nairobi representative. Thank you for coming and welcome.
Shikamoo wenzangu, naitwa Riziki Mkule, mwakilishi wenu wa Pwani. Asanteni sana.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Okenyo Mwanza. I serve as the General Member Representative. Thank you for your time.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Herin Kabita. I serve as a General Member Representative.
Good morning. I'm Esther Angawa, Upcountry Representative.
Good morning, everyone. Caroline Kamendo Daudi, Vice President. I welcome you all to today's special general meeting. Thank you.
My name is Nelson Harvey. Now, we have a hybrid SGM where a number have joined physically and a number are struggling to join online. Madam Wambua, could you tell us so far how many have been admitted and how many are pending? Because I will seek that we make a decision on the way forward so that we do not disenfranchise those who are struggling to log in. How many had applied? The last I checked was about 5,000.
Yes, as at 11 a.m., we had 5,259 registered, approved 4,230, and as at now, we have 2,500 who have already joined online.
How many are outstanding?
Around 600.
Okay, the main concern appears to be that some of these members do not have a registered Zoom account. Of course, there are those that the scrutiny has indicated they are not eligible to vote for the reason that they do not hold a practicing certificate as at the end of December 2020. The options available to us is to continue admitting them one by one, or to open the gates so that everybody gets in. The disadvantage of that is that we may have strangers in the meeting. what do you propose we do? I will take 3 proposals. You can raise up your hand, or if you are online, you can also raise your hand online so that I can take your view. Madam VP, are you able to see anybody online? I'm squinting to see, but I can't see nothing. There being no contribution, what are they saying? Is that Levi Munyeri? Okay.
I hope I'm audible enough. Thank you, Mr. President.
I don't think the platform will capture you. Perhaps, who are the enablers of this machine? You could put it in a central position so that, okay, very well. Go on, Levi.
Thank you, Mr. President. Levi Munyeri is my name. Concerning what we should do by failure of our colleagues to join the online platform, Mr. President, I propose that the gates be opened. Some basic scrutiny can be done at the gate to ensure whoever comes in is our colleague. Your Honor, Mr. President. Sorry, I'm just from addressing a court. Disenfranchising a member of the society who pays subscription fees is a very serious issue and can impute to the legality of this process. Let any member be allowed at the gate upon some form of verification as he's trying to work on the online platform. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. My proposal is that we proceed because there is quorum.
Okay. Let's balance the gender. Pass the mic to Angela.
With your kind permission, Mr. President, may we request that the members introduce themselves for the purpose of the record. Just your name before you speak.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Angela Mwadumbo. I would propose that we make the online, I want to assume that the gates previous council was talking about are the online gates. Maybe we make the meeting open, then all the members who had registered can participate online, like that verification. If there's a way of bypassing it, we bypass such that members can get a link where if they click in, they just join the meeting.
Let me have one more lady. Mr. Kinyariri, you can change your gender, become a lady and submit. But in the meantime, I'll reserve that slot for a lady. Madam, is that Christy Aboso? Very well.
Now, the only problem with Angela's proposal.
Wait for the mic.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. My name is Christa Beleboso. Now, while I would agree with Angela's proposal, the only problem I have with it is that we must have a verification method. In fact, even before we start this particular meeting, Mr. President, you need to tell us who is in charge of the online platform, who's actually controlling it, even as we speak right now. And we also need to know, are the members who've joined that platform advocates, and do they have a practicing certificate as of 2020, as of last year? So, I mean, Mwadumbo, I think, your proposal, we can't just open it for anyone without a verification. And we must also be told who exactly is in charge of this online platform. Who's controlling it? Yes.
Kenyariri, you will close, then we'll make a decision.
Yeah, perhaps what I'll suggest is that you see some of the things that we want to discuss today affect people who are advocates, as I may say, 1 year or 2 years back. So allow them to be online. Not only those who have practice certificate right now, there are those who had when some issues were not very good. So let them join; they will be affected. In other words, let them join.
Sorry, there are 2 of our council members who are joining us online. Madam Roslyn Odede and Madam Faith Odhiambo. Madam Roslyn Odede and Faith Odhiambo, if you could introduce yourselves and greet your members before we proceed. We are now considering the question as to whether or not to open the gate, because the verification process is taking ages. We'll start with Faith, then we conclude with Roslyn. Enable them. Enable Faith.
As the Nairobi representative, and it's a pleasure to see all of you who have joined, and we look forward to fruitful deliberations.
Thank you, Faith. Madam Roslyn.
Good morning, members. My name is Roslyn Odede. I represent seniors over 25 years of practice in council. Karibuni sana to this meeting. Thank you, President.
Now, oh, sorry. Dinda, welcome. Could you greet your people?
Good morning, everybody. I'm Dinda Kinyili, upcountry representative. Looking forward to fruitful deliberations.
Now, this SGM is a CPD earning SGM with 1 point, I believe. It's only those members who qualify to get a CPD who will get that CPD. And also, if a vote is required, then it's only those members who hold a practicing certificate as at December 2020 who will be required to vote. Opening the gates has consequences. Those are the consequences. I will ask by a show of hands, do we open the gates or we close the gates? Those in favor, say aye.
Mr. President, before you proceed, the members online are complaining about no sound.
My sound?
Yes.
Yeah, I can't do anything about my soprano. Perhaps you modulate it a little bit louder. Is it louder now?
They can't hear anything. They couldn't hear anything. Perhaps you've gotten back online. It's not about your soprano.
Okay, they can now hear me. I had indicated that this is a CPD point earning SGM, in respect of which only members who have a practicing certificate as of December 2020 are eligible to participate and earn that point, And further, in the event that a poll is to be taken, only members who have a practicing certificate will be eligible to vote. Opening the floodgates will impact those two considerations. But this being a members' meeting, I propose that we see by a show of hands or acclamation those in favor of opening the floodgates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay.
Nay. Sorry, Mr. President, to interject. How then do we capture the people who are online on this vote, on this kind of a vote?
Well, the nays have carried the day. So we'll proceed from that premise.
Sorry, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
I'm trying to
Aluso
ensure.
Ingati here, and I wish to object to the manner in which you're proceeding. We have members at the beginning of this meeting. You told us that we have 2,000 members logged in. So you cannot purport to take a vote or an acclamation or lack of it of members who are physically present. You mentioned about 300, yet online, as at the beginning of this meeting, you said we have about 2,000 members. You need to hear them as well. Thank you.
Okay, fine. I want the members who are online to raise your hands if you are in favor of opening the gates. No, we'll have an orderly meeting. We've taken the poll here. We're trying to see what they are saying online. Can you scroll it? And also, Ngachi, I hope you're following the chart. It's nay, 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 nay.
Mr. President, whether it is nay or yes is irrelevant. All I'm saying is we have members online who are participating in this meeting, and they must be heard. And President, as much as the members present, the 300 or so of them would want to shout me down, they have every right to do that. However, President, I speak for the 2,000 members who are attending online.
Friends.
And yes, if they have voted no, that is okay. All I am saying is that they must be heard in this poll. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm counting the nays. They're in thousands. Huh?
Members, kindly let's maintain some order and decorum. What Aluso says is a valid point. So let's not shout down Aluso. Let's wait for members to vote online.
Thank you, Madam Vice President.
Amen to the President. Thanks.
Structure the vote.
Mr. President, I just want to make a contribution.
You will resume your seat, Kyoko, if that is your name. Resume your seat. We are taking contributions online.
I just wanted to make a suggestion on how we should carry out this vote. If we are going to poll, we just raise a poll question, then people vote on it. That will give credence to this. Instead of people voting on the chat and the chat platform, you raise a poll, people vote on it, then we get a clear structure on how the numbers are going to have decided.
Kyoko, if you read the regulations, they will tell you the president has the power to determine how a decision is made, either by acclamation or by poll. Acquaint yourself with the regulations. Thank you. Fine. I think we're good to go. The nays have it. So we'll proceed from that premise. Madam Mercy Wambua, if you could read the notice calling today's meeting, we proceed from there. Madam Wambua?
Give us a moment. I will read the notice. To all members of the Law Society of Kenya, notice dated 18th December 2020. Notice is hereby given pursuant to Section 31(1)(b) of the Law Society of Kenya Act 2014 that a special general meeting of the Law Society of Kenya shall be held on the 18th January 2021 at 11 a.m. via Zoom platform and physical at the Law Society of Kenya offices along Gitanga Road, Nairobi. Agenda: to approve the appointment of Grant Thornton as the Society's external auditor for the purposes of auditing the accounts of the Society for the period 1st January 2020 to 31st December 2020, pursuant to Regulation 52 of the Law Society of Kenya, General Regulations 2020. Agenda number 2, elections of 6 members to serve in the Elections Board for the election of the female member representative of the Judicial Service Commission. Agenda number 3, elections of 6 members to serve in the Elections Board for the election of members of the Advocates Disciplinary Committee. Agenda number 4, to consider and approve the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC, as the electoral body to conduct by secret ballot the elections for the female member representative of the Law Society of Kenya to the Judicial Service Commission and members of the Advocates Disciplinary Committee to be held on 25th March 2021. Agenda number 5, to make a resolution indicating the law firms or lawyer to appear for the Law Society of Kenya in petition number E087 of 2020 and petition number E090 of 2020, pursuant to the court order made on 17th December 2020 by Mr. Justice James Rika, and we provided the link for access of the ruling by order of the council signed by myself. That is the notice for the meeting convened today.
Thank you, Madam Mercy Kalundu Wambua. We need to adopt this agenda before we start dealing with the individual items enumerated therein. Who proposes the Mutoro? Is that Brian Mutoro?
Yes. I would love a microphone.
Yeah, look for a mic and snatch it from whoever has it.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Brian Mutoro. Just have a brief proposal, or before we adopt the agenda, more of an amendment to the agenda. I would wish to propose that the first motion, which reads, to approve the appointment of Grant Thornton as the Society's external auditor for purposes of auditing the accounts of the Society for the period 1st January 2020 to 31st December 2020, pursuant to Regulation 52 of the Law Society of Kenya, General Regulations 2020. Now the amendment is to include and the appointment of Parker Randall East Africa to conduct the forensic audit of the accounts, of the society in terms of the engagement letter dated 9th November 2020 and table the forensic audit report before the annual general meeting of the society for 2021. Thank you.
Under Regulation 81, a motion on the floor may be amended by a proposer and seconder. Is there anybody who wants to second that amendment? What is your name? Mercy Atieno? Okay, fine.
Good afternoon, members. Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Aoko Tieno, and I wish to second that amendment to the agenda. Thank you.
I can see many other people seconding online. I think they are thirding, fourthing, and fifthing. So the motion is amended in the manner proposed by Mr. Brian Mutoro. Is there anybody else? What is your name? Oh, Mano Osea. Go on.
Mr. President, I wish to propose a second amendment to motion number 5 to be amended to read as follows: to make a resolution indicating the law firms or lawyer to appear for the Law Society of Kenya in petition number E087 of 2020 and petition number E090 of 2020, pursuant to the court order made on the 17th of December 2020 by Mr. Justice James Rika, and further, the law firms or lawyer to appear for the Law Society of Kenya in JR application number E1146, Gad Aguko versus Nelson Harvey and others, and JR application number E1100, Allen Oyaki Geshuhi versus Law Society of Kenya, pleadings in E087, and the ruling accessible here, pleadings in E090.
The same criteria applies. The motion may be amended upon a proposal and a seconder. Is there a seconder to this? We'll take this is Oliver Kipchumba. We'll take Oliver, then we'll take Gatundu. Oliver, go on.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I stand to emphatically second the amendment by my colleague Mano. Thank you.
Fine. We can hear Senior Alex Gatundu.
Mine is a housekeeping intervention on the way we are conducting the business of this meeting, and particularly on the issue of taking poll. You'll discover that already we have taken some decisions on 2 amendments to 2 motions, yet they are online participants, and we need to be very careful with the way we are handling and treating the online participants. Like Aluso said, we cannot afford to disenfranchise these participants. What we are doing here is that we are going through the motions in a very speedy manner without regard to the online participants. Mr. President, let me ask a very simple question. When you are taking a vote, you have to have numbers. They have to be registered in the minutes by Madam Mercy Wambua. So far, I can almost guarantee all of you, upon my own personal discernment, that so far we have not indicated the numbers in terms of votes so far taken. We have to be very careful. Let us not hurry up, Mr. President, on these motions. Let us take time on every business, on every transaction. Let there be numbers. Take numbers, both online and physical. As Aluso said, Aluso knew where we were heading. We also know where we are heading. We need to be very careful with these online participants. We are not the only people who are participating in this SGM. Let us not disenfranchise. In fact, they are more than us. We are, I think, around 200 here. These people are 2,000, more than 2,000. So let's be careful. Let us register their poll. And someone else from that corner said, we need a poll. You need a poll. You cannot poll on a chat. That's not how we conduct this business, online business. You all are aware how we do it. So let's just create a poll, Madam Mercy, where people now will be polled so that you can even indicate the number. Without numbers, you will have a problem with these minutes, Mr. President. You will have a major problem with these minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, just a minute, Madam Mideva. Let's take that Ogada Meso, and then we'll conclude with Madam Mideva.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a problem with what Mr. Gatundu is suggesting. First, Madam Eboso asked a question. Who is in charge of the online platform? We all know that the online filing in court was sabotaged. Could someone be sabotaging this one so that the legitimate members cannot enter, so that you open the floodgate, so that Mr. Gatundu can have his way, his people can vote as they want? We will not allow that. The president has made a resolution. Yes, and he has taken a vote here. Did he say the numbers? Perhaps you are not in, sir. We will proceed as the president directs. Thank you.
Madam Meboso, they will say that I'm favoring you, but anyway. Just a minute, Madam Meboso, then that Godric? We'll take Madam Meboso, then Godric. Gatundu, there's only one chair of the meeting. Can we have order? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, again, Mr. Boso. Now, the only problem, again, I have with Gatundu, and it is a problem that I've raised when we started the meeting, that we cannot start creating polls when we can't even verify that online system. That until the online system is verified, we are not going to create any polls. Then we would rather than deal with the members who are here and who can be verified. That we must verify that online system because we know we have very many interests. And Mr. President, as far as I'm concerned, we need to know who is in charge of the online system. And I mean, even with those members who logged in, how sure are we that those are actually the Law Society of Kenya members? And we cannot have a situation where non-members are going to vote. Then let us deal with the numbers that are here. Let us deal with lawyers that can be verified here, because we are not going to take any polls when we cannot verify that system. And we need to know who is in charge of it before we even start. Please, Ms. Wambua.
We will close with Godric.
Sorry, Mr. President. I can say
thank you very much.
Coming that we involve people who are online. There are people who want to speak online.
Godric will go on.
So I should be dismissed because there are people online. Allow me to talk. Thank you very much. My name is Okelo Godric, Council Member, West Kenya Branch. I think we should not concentrate on the minimus things here. There is a problem with LSK, and that's why we came all the way here. My predecessor speaker, short is written there that let's solve this thing as adults. I will say that let's solve it as professionals. We are here, let's square these things very fast and avoid the sideshows. Let's have those who are present here deliberate on issues. With those who are online, I can also attest that there are problems. Even my members are complaining right now that even non-members can join online, while practicing advocates take time to join. So there's a problem with that. And the motions were given to members. Those who are willing to come, let them come. If there are technicalities of internet, we cannot solve that. Even in court, we cannot do that. Let's handle it with those who are here and move on. There are court orders that we have to comply with on issues of law firms to represent LSK. Those are decisions that we have to make. There are timelines. And we also have things to do. Today is a Monday. Some of us have sacrificed. We had matters in court. So let us avoid these diminished things. Let us make decisions and move on very fast.
Right, thank you. I will take a few interventions online. Enable Justice Wabuyabo to speak. Justice Wabuyabo. Could you enable Justice Wabuyabo? And Christine Kipsang, be on standby to speak after Justice Wabuyabo.
Hello? Hello, can I be heard? Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to speak. I have a brief contribution. The notice convening this meeting clearly indicated that the meeting will be hybrid. Am I being heard?
I'll
continue. The notice clearly indicated that the meeting will be hybrid, that members could join online, and those who desire to come physically to the LSK offices will come. And therefore, due respect must be given to members who have opted to attend the meeting online.
Mr. Wabuyabo, just get to the point.
To have an online meeting.
No, get to the point.
Every effort should have been made to ensure that if a question requires a vote, those who are attending virtually should have an opportunity to express their position on the matter. And I think the online meetings have gained strength all over the world, and we have features that allow for members who are attending
thank you, Wabuyabo. Madam Wambua, give the microphone to Kipsang.
Those of us who are attending online, we should be given an opportunity to express our position
on
all issues that require voting. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Wambua, enable Madam Kipsang. Thereafter, enable Professor Tom Ojenda. Tom Ojenda, be on standby. Kipsang.
Yes, Honorable President, Deputy President, Council members, and members present, I take this opportunity to say thank you for giving me this chance to speak. I've been putting my hand up for some time. But however, I want to say that because the notice was very clear, like the way Justice has just said,
we lost you, Madam Kipsang. Could you pick up from where you are?
Yes, I'm saying I've managed to log into many Zoom meetings, international and local.
Madam Kipsang, just get to the point. We all have that background. Get to the point.
We have a poll for every subsector or subtopic after we have finished something.
Order,
So I think
Alex.
even with the way we are going, we'll continue arguing, but let's have the voice of the reason such that we just create a poll so that the members in the online platform can be able to be heard too. Because we can put our P105 number if you want us that, and then we can still give a poll, because the poll questions can be only like 3 or 4 questions, and one of them will indicate whether you should put your P105 number. Please allow us to participate. Each person has a right to participate in this session.
Agreed, Kipsang. The reason why you are speaking is because I've enabled that online platform. We will take the last intervention from the online platform. Professor Tom Ojenda, enable him, please. I think some of the fears that were being raised are now manifesting. Could somebody please enable Professor Tom Ojenda to speak?
He's already enabled.
Could you assist him to speak? Seems like...
Professor Ojenda, could you kindly speak? You are enabled. Like 5 minutes ago, you are enabled. Since then, please speak. We can't hear you. Professor Ojenda, can you hear me? Please speak.
Yeah. He's here. He's unable to speak.
Madam Wambua, as we go on, remember, we said the registration approval will go on for those who had already applied.
Yes, it's going on.
Okay.
Though slow.
Professor
because
Agenda?
of the numbers.
Fine. The amendments to item number 5 in the motion is adopted. Mr. Bithi, what did you have in mind? Item 5 in the agenda is amended in the manner proposed by Jose Manuel. Mr. Bithi, could you go on?
In the name of Professor Agenda. And we are just calling Christy.
Professor, Prof, you know you are on speaker. Mercy has actually clicked on you so that you can start speaking, but you're not speaking. So you need to speak. He's saying because apparently he has not logged in.
No, members. Okay, we will have order. We, as the council, we had given the secretariat a directive to give us periodic updates of the application and verification, effective Friday at 5. Unfortunately, we haven't gotten those. That's the reason why we had to make the decision we made today. Life has to go on.
President,
Now,
with you is a list of advocates who have been logged in from as at 11.
Provided today.
A page that is close, a bundle of close to 100 pages, a similar document like this. You have one, I can give you this one.
I have it. I was provided
thank
today.
you.
It's not conclusive. Helen Rangera, did I see you raise your hand? Mbithi? I'll get back to you in just a minute.
President, I want to still amend the agenda because I have a motion that I filed together with my colleagues, which was served to the secretary on 22nd December 2020. So I move to amend the agenda to include that particular motion which was served. Thank you.
Is there anybody else with a motion? We can confirm as a council we received 3 motions. Is there anybody else with a motion? There was a motion from, because we need to put them all there if the movers are here so that they're part of the agenda. We had a motion from Gad Daguko dated the 8th of January 2021. Is Gad Daguko here? Gad, if you could stand up, do you want it addressed? Pardon?
I would wish to have it amended as part of the agenda.
Okay, perfect. Gatundu, usitembea hapa haraka haraka sana. There's a gentleman by the name Mashina Brian Kinywa, a motion dated the 14th of January 2021. Brian, are you here? If you are online, raise up your hand so that I can pick you. Brian? Brian? Okay, we will take the 2 motions by Mbithi and Group. Pardon?
I seek to address members as the secretary to the AGM.
Madam Wambua, hold your peace for a minute. I can see a hand up.
Thank you. I hope you will give me an opportunity to put important information on record.
We will.
Thank you.
Okay. If you could stand up so that I see.
Mr. President,
Yes.
my name is Mary Muigai.
Mary, go on.
Yes, and I have not put a written, I've not put in a written, what is it called?
Motion.
The motion. But, Mr. President, after what happened on Friday, while we are here squabbling, arguing about who talks, who speaks, who is fake, who is not, the law has faced incredible assault. We have seen it. The judiciary has been complicit, and they have allowed the law to be assaulted. We are lawyers. If you bring up your child to be a footballer, and they go online and learn to play football, but there's no football field, where will they practice that football? Mr. President, we are lawyers. We are trained to practice law. Where are we going to practice law if judges will assault the law? If you don't know what law to follow? Fellow lawyers, I appeal to you. We need to rethink how we do what we do. We have a duty to this country. The executive and the judiciary will take over, and the rule of law will have no place. Where will you be then? Where will you squabble? That is my motion.
But Madam Mugai has raised a valid point. How do you want to frame your motion? Just frame it. I don't want to speculate, but just frame it so that we can put it in the agenda. Frame it.
Mr. President, it's not working.
Madam Mugai, as you frame it, put it in a way in which we can have a resolution that is capable of enforcement. For instance, your lamentation is about the manner in which the judiciary is being abused. So frame it towards a particular goal.
Mr. President and members, I would like to frame a motion.
Madam Wambo, a minute, what is coming from Madam Mary Mugai? Go on, Madam
That
Mugai.
this meeting do consider the action to take to confront the assault of the rule of law executed by the executive through the county government of Nairobi and aided by 2 judges. The lawyers who will be appointed to handle the other matters previously mentioned to take up the action as found necessary by the meeting.
Thank you, Madam Mary Mugai. Is there a proposer that the 3 motions have excluded the one of Machina because it's not here? Is it Machina? I've excluded the motion by Machina because it's not here. So who proposes that the 3 motions, Mbithi and Company, Gada
President.
Buko, just a minute, Aluso.
I have a
and,
motion as well.
Mary Mugai. Now that Aluso has a motion, perhaps we just add it there. What is your
Yes.
motion, Aluso?
Thank you, President. Based on the precedent that has been set on this floor, I wish for this meeting to adopt this motion that the appointment of Dr. Daniel Wanjao to the Capital Markets Authority to serve in the Working Group 3 of the Capital Markets Master Plan, as was done by the President of the Law Society of Kenya, Mr. Nelson Harvey, without the same being advertised to the membership, without giving an opportunity to members to apply for the same, and having addressed this issue in the council meeting for this appointment to be revoked for failure to comply with the regulations on nomination of members to public and private bodies, I would like a motion to be put to the floor for this appointment to be revoked and any other that the President has appointed without including the members of the society and without following the regulations that give direction on how this nomination should be done to be revoked. The documents to be relied on are in custody of the Council and the CEO. However, there is a letter dated 1st October 2020 signed by the President, Nelson Andai Harvey, giving that appointment. And also there is a letter dated 16 September 2020 that was sent to the society on 18 September 2020 and signed by Mr. Wycliffe Shamaya. We had a council meeting in December that agreed to revoke this appointment, and that has not been done to date. And we have already had 2 council meetings in the month of January 2021. I move that motion as a member of the Law Society of Kenya and also as a member of this council who has raised this issue consistently in the council, and the same has not been dealt with. Thank you. Now, I also would like to record my dissatisfaction with the manner in which the proceedings of this meeting are being conducted, and I would like that to go on record as Eileen Aluso Ngati, member of this society and council member of the society as well. P105 number 10769/14. Madam CEO, I am reading that so that you can record in your proceedings. The notice that was sent to members on this special general meeting was clear that the meeting will be virtual and physical. We have members in the chat group who are complaining that they want to speak. When this meeting began, the President said that we have 2,000 advocates logged in. He has a list of advocates who are logged in as at when we were starting the meeting, but the members who are logged in virtually are not being given a chance to participate in this meeting. They are not being heard. That is not proper, and I wish to disassociate myself totally with this manner of proceeding. I would like also to state that there is a colleague, I'm not sure what your name is, who had proposed the manner in which we should conduct the poll for the members who are logged in by taking a poll. That is the modus operandi that was adopted during the annual general meeting of the society, which was also virtual and physical. It was a hybrid one like this one. Poll questions were set, and members voted on the same for those who are attending virtually. I do not know why this meeting is so different from the last annual general meeting. So that is my dissatisfaction in the manner of proceeding, and I would like that to go on record, and also for my motion to be admitted as part of the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. We now have a total of 4 motions.
Would like to speak.
Who is on his feet?
This is Faith Odhiambo. Online.
Okay, we'll take Faith Odhiambo. We'll conclude with no. Under the regulations, you cannot speak twice on an item. So I will take Faith Odhiambo. I will conclude with Jamator, and then we'll have somebody proposing the inclusion of the 4 motions in the. Godric, it's okay. So we'll take Faith first, and as we take Faith, Madam Wambua, much as they may want to paint us as despotic, your system is not working. Chairman Ajigo Ochang from Nakuru says that my account has now been locked for multiple failed attempts to log in. Friends, I'm not in charge of the online platform, so don't attribute blame on me. My work is a political job. The Secretariat is the one in charge of the bureaucracy of the society. Faith Odhiambo, go on.
I would like to raise my dissatisfaction in the manner that the President is conducting this meeting. We have 3,000 members that are online. These members have been verified through the system that the council passed, through their PF 105 numbers, and also that they have a practicing certificate. I do not understand the reason why members are being locked out. We did polling during the annual general meeting, and this is, I find it has been fashioned to clearly ensure that only the members that have come physically will vote. 300 members as opposed to 3,000 members. This is ridiculous. This is not a special general meeting. It is a meeting for selective members. If we're having a special general meeting, the majority should be allowed to have their voices heard. We cannot have only 300 members that have been carried to the secretariat as opposed to 3,000 members who are taking their time and on this Monday are also joining the Lsk-Sgm. We have said that this is a hybrid system and therefore all members
Friends, order.
All members must be allowed to vote. This is the system that we have used before, and this is the system that should be carried through. This is a ridiculous process if you're locking out 3,000 members for 300 members. And that is my position.
I want to put you on speaker. Please cut off. No, just a minute. Jemator, and then there's somebody who's trying to get online. I want that person to speak through the phone.
Thank you, Mr.
Jemator,
President.
just a minute, now that she's here. Wakili, I'll put you on speakerphone, say your name and make your contribution. Go on.
My name is Lina Mora. I just want to be included at the Lsk-Sgm. I'm unable to join.
Okay, Lina Mora.
Ogero.
What is your P105?
17867/20.
Just pronounce it slowly. We are not copy type paste. 17?
8.
17, 8?
6.
7?
20.
Yes. Okay, did you have any contribution to make as we admit your application?
No, I'll make once I've already been included.
Thank you.
Okay.
Jemator, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I think one thing that comes out very clear is that the notice that was sent to the members confirms that this meeting is supposed to be both a virtual meeting and a physical meeting. You are taking our votes by virtue of us being here physically. What about the votes of the people who are already on the online platform? Kindly create a poll, which you did last year, so that members can vote and we also hear their voice. As we are dealing with the other challenges of the members who are trying to join in virtually, that is okay. But the members who are already there, please take their vote. That's the first issue. The second issue is that this is a special general meeting. It is limited to the 5 agenda items that you gave us. By opening up this meeting to receive all manner of motions, we will leave here tomorrow at midnight. Because each one of us have individual motions that we want to push. But this meeting that was called by the council is limited and exclusive to these 5 agenda items. Can you please rule on that and take a poll on both of those of us who are here physically and those who are online? Through the poll, Mr. President, I urge you, the thing of people voting yes, no, it can't work. If we want to get legitimacy of this meeting and credibility of members' votes, allow a poll to happen virtually and also take our votes here physically. Thank you.
We need to stop the interventions. After I've ruled, we'll proceed to somebody who will propose the addition of those 4 motions. Are they 4 or 5, including the one of... Just hold on. Are they 4 or 5 motions? 5. I will need somebody to propose and second them. But in the meantime, let me give a short ruling on the issues raised.
I had requested to be given an opportunity to put a vital information on record before. It would be important to have this go on record before you put in your ruling.
Okay, very well, Madam Wambua.
Members, on the 18th of December 2020, the council did issue a notice to you, notifying you of the special general meeting to be held today, containing the 5 agenda items as I have read them. This special general meeting is pursuant to a council meeting that resolved that this special general meeting be convened specifically for these 5 agenda items. Members, I will refer you to Regulation 74 of the Law Society of Kenya General Regulations, which provides that there are 2 forms of general meetings. That is, ordinary general meeting and special general meeting. Regulation 76 provides for the timelines within which members can submit motions during an ordinary general meeting. Notices for general meetings do recognize that there is an agenda for motions from members. In the agenda forwarded to you, a notice by council calling this special general meeting, there is no agenda item for members to issue or submit motions for consideration during this general meeting. And therefore, in line with the Law Society of Kenya Act, Section 31, 1B, read together with Regulation 74 of the Law Society of Kenya General Regulations and Regulation 76 of the Law Society of Kenya General Regulations 2020, it is my considered opinion as the Secretary to the General Meeting that the members' motions are not admissible for consideration during a special general meeting. All members of the Law Society of Kenya, numbering to 17,000, ought to have been given a notice such that each and everyone who would have intended to have any motion considered during the special general meeting would do that. And that's why members' motions are specifically, the regulations have specifically left members' motions to be considered during an ordinary general meeting. It is therefore my humble submission that that be put in record, and members do have that in mind as they make their decision today. Thank you.
Please don't raise your hand. We had agreed I will make a ruling on this issue, then you'll take somebody to oppose and second. Friends, the reason why we are gathered here is because of the decision made on the 17th of December 2020 by Honorable Mr. Justice James Rika. In that decision, the Honorable Judge came to the conclusion that the general membership of the society is the supreme authority of the society, empowered to make all decisions, including decisions that will ordinarily be made by the council, in particular when there is an apparent division in the council. There was an apparent division in the council, which has persisted to date. For that reason, there have been several attempts by members to requisition meetings which have been thwarted, primarily because of that division. That notwithstanding, and bearing in mind the express provision of Section 16 of the Law Society of Kenya Act, anything that can be done by the council may be done by the general members. And if authority is needed for that preposition in law, all you require is to acquaint yourself with the provisions, sorry, not the provisions, with the text by Gawa on modern company law, which you'll find at page 374. Let it go on record as the legal evidence upon which this ruling is made. You can also refer to the decision in Baron versus Porter, 1 Chancery, page 895. Friends, is there precedence that motions have been moved in a special general meeting? Yes, there's abundant precedence. There was a special general meeting that was held on the 15th of September 2018, requisitioned by the council, and in respect of which 2 motions who are submitted by members. This objection that is being raised by Jemator and Madam Mercy Wambua is therefore without any basis whatsoever. In conclusion, and so far as the business of this meeting shall be undertaken, I want to refer you again to Regulation 82 on the manner of decision making. Regulation 82(1), during a general meeting, and you can include their special general meeting, every issue on which a decision is required shall be decided in the first instance by a show of hands, when every member present in person shall be entitled to 1 vote. Present in person. 2, unless a poll is directed by the president or demanded by at least 3 members, a declaration by the president that the resolution or decision has been adopted or not adopted or not adopted by a particular majority, etc., shall be the decision of that meeting. And then if you were to look at Regulation 83(3), in all cases of dispute, doubt, or difficult respecting or arising out of matters of procedure or order, the decision of the president shall be final and conclusive. We shall therefore take a proposer and seconder insofar as those 4 motions are concerned.
President, Mr. Kennedy Muraga, who is online, is requesting to move a motion.
Mr. President, could I speak in relation to what you have just said?
Madam Rosalind Odede.
Thank you, President. President, your ruling seems to indicate that only people who are present in person will be allowed to poll. Does that therefore mean that the 3,000 of us online are being reduced to observers? Yes. If that is the case, Mr. President, then we might as well leave the SGM at this point, because our role here is just to watch, and yet the entire meeting involves polling for various issues. What is our role as members present at this meeting?
Mr. Katudu, if you don't want to participate in the EGM, you're free to go.
Present in person, is being online not being present in person? Because this meeting was advertised as a meeting that is both virtual and physical. So our virtual presence is actually being present at the meeting, and we therefore need to be permitted to vote and poll. And if you're not going to allow us to participate in a poll, then I would recommend that everyone online leaves the meeting. Because we are not present, we are not part of the meeting. You're making a sham of this, Mr. President, and you're making a joke of us who are present online. It is not fair, it is not proper. Kindly rethink your decision.
Okay, fine.
Asante.
You did not apprehend what I read?
What? You said in person. We have apprehended it very well.
A poll is taken by a show of hands, so we'll pick the show of hands. Now, will somebody propose and second?
President, with respect, Eileen Aluso Ingati here, you will not purport to take a show of hands for members who are physically present, yet you are ignoring members who are virtually present. I do not know how you will take their show of hands while they are virtual without taking a poll. President, you must show leadership to this society. You must acknowledge your members who are both physically present and those who are virtually present as well. President, you sent a notice to members.
We sent a notice on a virtual and...
Exactly, yes. You sent a motion that was virtual attendance
and physical meeting.
So, President, you must show leadership. You must give your bias towards this society. You will listen to me because I am a member of this society. Equal rights as you are. I have every right to address this meeting as you people are. President, you must acknowledge the members who are attending this meeting virtually. President, you must acknowledge the that you are attending this meeting virtually and physically have equal rights. You cannot purport to take a show of hands from members who are physically present, yet you ignore the members of the society.
What are you doing?
Hybrid meeting.
Please, order.
Miti, what are you doing?
What is Miti doing? What is
Mr. President, you cannot make a mockery of the membership. Yes. You have to consider the not allow you to
remember your microphone. Because you consider the members the microphone. Listen now. Mr. President, and everybody knows how to shout. Let us shout. Disconnect everything. Disconnect everything. Everybody knows how to shout. To our quality.
Kindly sit down. Aluso. Godric. Members, kindly take your seats. Members, kindly take your seats. Please take your seats. Aluso. Please sit down. Please, Aluso, I'm going to make a decorum. Please sit down.
Take your seats. No. Let Aluso be. Take your seats. Take your seats, friends. Take your seats. 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 Oliver. Take your seats. Take your seats. Mercy Wambua, take your seats. Okay. Take your seats. Yeah, take your seat. Take your seat. Everybody sit down. Everybody sit down. Take your seats. 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 Take. No, no, no. No, put a microphone for her. Now stop shooting on my face.
You can't sit on a table.
Aya, let's go on. We'll take polls by a show of hands, both here and online.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Will somebody propose? Somebody propose on the be the proposers. Who supports? Pardon?
Mr. President, my apologies. I have to speak out of this mic because mine is out of commission. One thing I will not allow as a female council member is to watch another one being beaten up by your people. We will not allow that, Mr. President. No matter how unpopular somebody's opinion is, we will not beat her up.
Aya.
Mr. President, I need to address
Mercy,
the meeting.
Mercy. Let's go on with the meeting. Let's have an orderly meeting. Becky, you want to propose? No, it's with this motion. So somebody has to propose the amendment.
President, Mr. Kennedy Muruga has indicated online that he has a motion. I think it's only fair before all motions are either seconded, he's given I'm putting information on record. Okay, for the record, Mr. Kennedy Muruga, advocate who is online, has written in the question and answer section that he has a motion.
Okay, fine.
Thank you.
You have a motion? Which one? Did you bring a motion? No, don't give him the microphone. Who proposes the addition of those motions? Who seconds? Fine. It's hereby adopted.
Mr. President,
where were you when you called?
He indicated on the chat question and answer a long time, Mr. President, and I indicated that to the membership.
Let's move on.
No.
Let's move on. So we'll go to the first agenda.
I need information.
We want to make additional motion.
Yeah. Now we need to adopt the agenda as amended. Who proposes? Madam, who seconds? Who seconds? Who seconds the agenda? Manua seconds. Now we'll have order in this meeting, eh? No. We'll have order in this meeting. Could you please take your seat? No. Yeah, Madam Wambua. Madam Wambua, could you read
No.
Okay.
You have been given an opportunity to make a motion. Why can't you be given an opportunity? I will let a member of
Mr. President, will the people online vote or not? Are you going to listen to them?
We will
been asking to speak. Can you allow him to speak, please?
We will pick agenda item number 1 as amended.
Papere is also asking to speak.
Order, please.
And the PLO be allowed to speak, please, Mr. President?
Don't worry, this is not the first time for the Law Society to have a chaotic meeting. We're used to it. So
absolutely,
don't worry.
yeah.
We'll make progress.
We are also used to it.
We will make progress. Gatundu, if you could respect this table, please.
You must listen to us.
So I will.
Listen to the members who are.
No, we cannot have two people speaking. Whoever is in charge of the IT, please mute whoever is speaking. We have to make progress.
No progress until you agree to listen to the members who are
Madam Wambua, let's not have this altercation.
Members who are virtual must be heard, Mr. President. There's no progress until
Yeah. So I will read item number 1 as amended.
Sorry. No, Mr. President.
To approve the appointment.
The secretary is the one.
President, why don't you want to allow members to speak? They are requesting, they are begging to speak. Why don't you just hear them?
Okay, item number 1. To approve the appointment of Grant Thornton as the Society's external auditor.
Please allow your members to speak. Seniors like PLO are online asking and begging to speak. Do you mind?
The person talking is Madam Roslyn Odede. She's a council member, and she has joined as a panelist, not as a.
You work for us. You work for
Even the ones online also.
Okay. Order, friends. Order.
Online.
Madam Wambua, you will keep quiet, eh?
Yes. No. You cannot silence speech.
Friends. Order, please.
Want the voice of the people to have a duty to raise the facts.
Okay. Item number 1, to approve the appointment of Grant Thornton as the Society's external auditor for purposes of auditing the accounts of the Society for the period 1st January 2020 to 31st December 2020, pursuant to Regulation 52 of the Law Society of Kenya, General Regulations 2020, and the appointment of Parker Randall East Africa to conduct the forensic audit of the accounts of the Society in terms of the engagement letter dated the 9th of November 2020 and table the forensic audit report before the annual general meeting of the Society for 2021. Who proposes?
What are you talking about?
Who proposes?
Proposing what?
And I will
to vote first. I can't hear you.
Who proposes?
What is the question?
Mr. President, are you not taking a vote on the issue? You need to take a vote.
We have so many votes that you are not taking. You cannot move to agendas without having.
Why can't you just let me speak?
No.
President, you need to allow the members online to speak. President, you need to allow the members online to speak. This is an hybrid meeting. You will boo me, but you will allow me to speak. Mr. President, kindly allow members online to participate to the interactions in this meeting. Because they are the majority. We have 3,000 members online. Christy, you can shut me up, but I will speak. It's okay. No, it's okay. You can insult me, but I will make my point. Christy Midibo, I will make my point. This is an hybrid meeting.
Mr. President, please take control of the meeting, knowing that the online members are supposed to be heard.
Madam Riziki, you are out of order.
I'm not out of order, I'm a council member,
The AGM is a meeting chaired by the president. If you maintain your cool, Madam Riziki, if you want to be part of the audience, you leave this table, you go to the audience.
No, Mr. President, I'm not leaving this table. As a council member, I'm sitting here rightly and I'll make my contributions. Thank you.
Fine. So let's take contributions on item number 1. Professor Sianya, you want to say something?
Contributions to any item because you're muting out a majority of the
So we'll take interventions from 3 members here and 3 members online.
Mr. Chairman, members. Mr. Chairman, members, we are sick. I'm a 27-year-old member of this bar.
Mr. Sianya, you are
just
participating
relax.
in an illegality. Can we
One point. This SGM is on the authority of a court order. It is because the council has failed to make certain decisions. And when we are here to be chaired, to be led by the chair. Council members, secretary, council members, we are here as SGM members to be guided by the chair, and he has said we will vote online and offline. That is what is important. Council members, please, we are here because you have failed. We are here by court
Eric Theory. Eric Theory.
At the end of the day, if you're continuing to desecrate the SGM, why should you continue desecrating it? Theory ongea kama chair. The chair is Mr. President, I wish this meet problem because I am sick.
Thank you. Theory, and then after Theory, we are taking 3 people here and 3 people online. So if you want to be the 3rd person to speak physically, and we'll want to balance the gender. So let's have a lady after Mr. Eric Theory. And then those online, be on standby. Let's not just make noise for the purpose of making noise. We need to make progress. So 3 online, be on standby. We'll pick 3. Actually, we'll pick 4 from online. 2 ladies, 2 gentlemen. Eric, go on.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me this opportunity. I'm really grateful. I want to agree with you that when we come to this meeting, you give us guidance in terms of the procedure that you're supposed to follow. What is critical at this point, Mr. President, is for us to understand exactly what we are doing as we go into the motions. And my point is this, that there have been amendments which have been moved to the agenda. Have those amendments been adopted? And if they have been adopted, how have they been adopted? The proposal will be that they be adopted by way of a poll, so that we have both the members present here and the members present online voting on a particular question that has been put to the adoption of the agenda.
Mr. Theory,
No,
just a minute, Theory. Just a
Thank
minute, Theory.
Thank you, Mr. President.
No, just
I'll
a minute,
listen to
Gatundu, could you
I
allow me
think
to speak to the
let's just
chair?
have some sort of order.
Yeah.
Mr. President, go on.
The amendment, sorry, the 4 motions, the addition to the agenda is a stage that we've already passed.
Yes,
We are
Mr.
just a
Mr.
minute, Eric.
Yes.
Yeah. We are now on item number 1 of the motion by the council as amended by the proposal put forth by Brian Mutoro. We are taking, and let's make good use of time. We're taking 3 interventions on the floor physically, then we'll take, we're taking 4, then we'll take 4 interventions virtually. And if you want guidance, those interventions are intended to enable us make a resolution in the manner drafted.
That's fine, Mr. President. I understand you completely.
And you will not take me back to the issue of procedure. The President's decision on how a dispute on procedure is to be handled is final.
But
You will be President and you will be exercising similar rights and
That decision has to be according to the law and regulations. You have to finish.
Okay, fine. Theory, if you will go on.
Mr. President. Mr. President. No. Let us just have some sort of order.
Let's have order here.
Mr. President.
Gatundu, could you allow Mr. Eric Theory to speak?
Mr. President, with tremendous respect, in the event that the proceedings of this meeting are challenged, it is important that the record reflects how we arrived at so we know who have moved the motion to amend. That one is on the record. But how many numbers through a poll have approved those amendments? Mr. President, that information is not there.
Yes.
And I say this, Mr. President, with humility because I understand why we are here. We are here because the council is divided. Let us leave this meeting, hopefully, having made certain steps towards unity. The only way we can unite this council is if we follow the correct procedure so that when we go out there, we can hold our heads up and say that we have society that is governed by law and by procedure. As it now, Mr. President, in the event of any challenge as to how that amendment was adopted is made, it will fail because a poll has been demanded. Remember, Mr. President, that we are doing a virtual setup where there are members who are online and there are members who are physically present. To hear the voices of the members who are here and to hear the voices of the members who are online, they must be allowed to vote. So, Mr. President, allow me, because my hand has been up for so long, and I thank you because you gave me an opportunity to actually do some little bit of muscle flexing. Allow me to call for a poll under Regulation 82 so that then the agenda is properly adopted. Once we adopt the agenda properly, then we can vote on it. So allow me to request for a poll as required by Regulation 82, and I would ask that I get 2 people to support me in that call so that then we can take a poll as required by the regulations. Thank you, Mr. President, for this opportunity.
I want to support also.
We will not be taken back. Will we have the third contributor insofar as item number 1 is concerned?
No, I want to support his
No, we are past that stage. Please, it's okay. Manwa, it's okay. If he wants to speak, let him speak.
Yes, I want to support
but we already
what our
passed
chair,
that stage.
Nairobi
so
chair.
whatever he says,
I want to support what our Nairobi chair has proposed, that we take a poll on the amendments that have been proposed on the agenda. The regulation says that we have to have 3 people. I am the second person. Thank you.
Mr. Gatundu, you've served in the council, so you ought to know what the regulations are. Just a minute, Mr. Gatundu. If you read Regulation 84(3), a resolution of the society may be as a consequence of a motion moved by a member or the council, or may arise from a proposal made on the floor on an agenda approved for the day. We are past that stage. So could I have 2 more people to speak? I'll propose that they be of the female gender. Then we go online, take 4 on item number 1. Could we have 2 ladies speak on this issue?
I am of the female gender.
Yes.
I
I am hesitant to proceed in the manner in which we are proceeding, Mr. President. I think our branch chair has pointed out what seems to be an illegal process in my view, because you are not allowing members to be heard, especially our members who are appearing virtually. Yes, you have proposed to adopt the agenda as it is, but there seems to be an opposition in the manner in which we are proceeding. It is only fair that you allow members of the society, both who are here and those who are appearing virtually, to vote on the issue, Mr. President. They may as well agree to proceed in the manner in which you have proposed. Just allow them to be heard, and then we can proceed with a legitimate process. But as it stands, most of them are saying that this meeting is a sham, Mr. President. Just give them an opportunity to be heard. It is just that simple. Let us have a poll.
Okay, thank you.
If they agree with the opposition, we proceed.
Thank you. You will not determine the manner in which the meeting is to be conducted. The meeting will be conducted in accordance with the law. And I've read what the law is.
But you are not the law, President. The law is
Fine.
in the regulation.
You'll be... Take the mic and speak. Give him the mic.
Thank you. Thank you for being given this opportunity to also
No.
my
Salim,
Mr. President,
the mic was given to your colleague. Could you please hand over the mic to him? It's him.
But
who
Mr.
asked
President,
for the mic.
I've been given the mic legitimately to also make my contribution. No, I am a member just like you, and I need to make my contribution. What's wrong with you? No.
Let him make his contribution.
Thank you.
Now,
Thank you very much.
Say your full names for the record, and then you.
My name is Wangila Waliaula, and I want to make my contribution now. Can I do that? Thank you. Now, Mr. President, we are having a very difficult time understanding your logic in this meeting, because the agenda for the meeting today was clearly communicated to the members, and the CEO stroke secretary of the council has given us the breakdown of what those agenda are. We have come here and members have decided to propose additional agendas to the meeting. And you have asked the members who are present here to either accept or refuse the agendas to be amended. But what happens to the members who are online? Are they not members of this society? Are we saying that just because we have huddled ourselves together, Manu and the rest have come together and they can boo us down, so that we should keep quiet as you continue desecrating the society as you are doing right now? Mr. President, there's no reason why this society should fall with you. This society should not come down because you cannot have your way. So we are just saying, Mr. President, that let every member have a voice today. Otherwise, this meeting is illegitimate, and everything that we'll say here will not have any force of law. There's no need for us to be here for nothing. Yeah, thank you. I'm not leaving.
Okay, fine.
You can do me nothing.
Let's take 4 interventions online insofar as item number 1 is concerned. Madam Wambua, if you could flag so that I see the members raising their hands. I need to be able to see the individuals so that we give them the opportunity to submit. Can I submit on that? Madam Wambua, could you highlight there so that we're able to see?
We have 900 hands up. Tom Kopere, Jackie Manani, Christine Kipsang Justus, Collins Odhiambo, Wilfred Omariba, Eunice Morara, Tumimi Chibororo, Michael, Mudoni, Jobu, Alan Odogo, Kirimi.
Madam Wambua, just a minute. Could you project the the members online who are raising their hands so that we give them an opportunity to speak. I didn't ask you to read their names. Highlight their raised hands on the screen so that I see them.
I've raised my hand. You can't see me.
Can you give Kopere the microphone to speak?
Okay. Can I go ahead?
Yes, go on, Mr. Kopere. We'll take one more gentleman after you, and then two ladies after you, after the gentleman.
Mr. Chairman.
Go on, Mr. Kopere.
Yes, sir. I have sent various heavy questions on the question and answer session. I've been raising my hand. You want a contribution on the first agenda?
Yes.
My contribution on that agenda is that you cannot purport to consider that agenda on an illegitimate meeting. The ruling which you have just delivered about the participation of online members is a total mockery of the entire proceedings of the SGM in relation to participation and voting, and in relation to what agenda can be discussed in this meeting. Without that, then what I had intended and what I have sent is that we are participating in an illegality and the proceedings are likely to be challenged. Then we will go around and start blaming the judiciary for not following the law when we ourselves have chosen not to follow the law. So my participation on that agenda on the appointment is that whatever you can decide on the appointment of an auditor will only be valid if there is a legitimate proceedings which can stand the test of the law. Now, for as long as you're ruling on the participation of over 3,000 online participants remain, the 300 will not be able to make a decision on that appointment without the proceedings being challenged. So I would wish to request you, honestly, at this particular point, that for the last 28 years of practice, I have attended, I think I've missed only 2 AGMs. And I know the law and I know the procedure. Let us go on with something which can stand the test of time and the test of legality. So what was proposed by the Nairobi chair, if there is no record on how the agenda was adopted, then dealing with agenda 1 will be a waste of time. And that is my position. You proceed to deal with agenda 1, agenda 2, agenda 3, agenda 4, agenda 5, and the new ones, but at the end of the day, if you have no record of how those agendas were adopted, then we are wasting time. That is my position.
Thank you. Thank you.
Friends, we will have an orderly meeting, and I will bring to your attention Regulation 81. Sorry, Regulation 81. J. The President may call the attention of the meeting to continued irrelevance, repetition.
Mr. President, I don't seem to be having that as the
81,
as the law.
81I.
Sorry, 81?
81I.
Okay.
Have you seen it?
Yeah.
The President may call the attention of the meeting to continued irrelevance, repetition, improper use of language, or breach of order on the part of a member, and may direct that such member to discontinue speech or to leave the meeting. We are not here on a contestation as to how many years of practice you have, or how much law you know, or whether or not the decisions here will be challenged. The reason why we have courts of law is to determine disputes. So if our decisions are challenged, so be it. But we must make decisions as the society, and as the chair, I have an obligation to regulate the meeting and ensure that it goes in accordance with the manner in which the law provides. Mr. Kopere, the agenda was adopted, and you will go through the Hansard, you will see the adoption. If you didn't see it,
I was present and I didn't see a poll taken for purposes. There was a proposal to adopt and a secondment to adopt, and a poll was called.
Alex Gatundu, the reason why I read
and that has not been taken. That is my position.
The reason why I read Regulation 81 was because of your continued disruption of the meeting.
It is not a disruption.
So it's not you, Mr. Kopere, you're not listening.
Madam Roslyn Odede requested that. PLO Lumumba requested to talk. He was not allowed. I have been trying for the last more than an hour and a half to talk. I was not allowed. Who is then being
okay, friends, if you are online, you will need to make good use of the time that is given to you. We are addressing item number 1. I will pass over to...
And what I have said about...
Could you please mute Mr. Kopere? Madam Mugwa, mute Mr. Kopere. Thank you. Yeah, give me the list. I need to see the other members who want to contribute.
And Mr. President,
could you mute Mr. Kopere?
Regulation 1, the President may
mute
consent of the meeting by a majority of members present. It is not you alone.
Yes.
It is not you alone. By consent of majority. How do you determine majority? By a poll. And if you are not going to do that, then you are the one who is running into this problem.
Madam Womboa, we've taken. I want to see this gentleman called Lsk-Sgm or what? Immediately on top of Eunice. After Lsk-Sgm, Alex. Are you seeing Lsk-Sgm, Alex? Yes, that one. Yeah, I can't see far. Then immediately after him, because we'll have taken 2 gentlemen, then we'll take Eunice Mora. After Cherogit, we'll take Eunice Mora. And then I need to balance the people who are speaking. Can you scroll down? I want to see another lady. Wait for your turn to be
My hand is up, Mr. President. My hand is up.
Then there is Aaron. Is that Aaron Rotich, a lady? No, we'll take
Aaron
Grace.
is a man. That means my hand is up. Why are you searching for a female and I'm telling you my hand is up?
We'll take Grace Nyongesa. Okay, in that order. Allow Alex to speak, Eunice, then Grace Nyongesa.
Alex, you can speak.
He has gone to eat.
Fine, let's take Eunice as we look for Alex. And please, try and look for Alex. We want
Eunice,
representation from... Pardon?
Eunice is enabled.
Eunice, could we get your contribution on item number 1? Grace Nyongesa? Madam Wambua, could you enable those 2 members to speak?
Grace is enabled.
Grace Nyongesa, could you speak? Now, will anybody still maintain that there's a problem? I can see Grace Nyongesa typing there. What is it? Can you allow her to speak?
Mr. President, can I be heard? Am I being heard?
Yes. Karibu.
That is Nyongesa speaking.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, yeah, sorry, we were not able to get you earlier. Sorry about that.
Okay, Mr. President, thank you for allowing me to speak. I've had challenges logging in, and so are many members from Nakuru having challenges to log in. And when I logged in, there was too much noise. Yes, and can we have, when I came in, I could hear...
The ones to vote. And I've asked him to allow them to speak.
Mercy, you will stop sabotaging this meeting. Allow Grace Nyongesa to speak.
Grace is open to speak.
Mr. President,
yes, Nyongesa,
yes, when I came in, there was so much noise after I was allowed to log in. And I could hear Professor PLO and Linda Bonyo wanting to speak. Can we allow these members to speak, and Jacqueline Manani? Can we hear them speak? Give them the right to speak.
Okay, can you take Eunice? We've taken Eunice.
I'm waiting for the president to type.
Fine. We will close with the, what is her name? Jacqueline Manani? Jacqueline Manani, could you speak?
Thank you, Mr. President, for allowing me to speak. I just want to, first and foremost, because I know I might not be allowed to speak again, I think, Mr. President, you need to be a bit reasonable in this matter. In the last AGM...
No, Madam Jacqueline Manani.
Let me finish, Mr.
Just
President.
a minute. If you are taking the mic to condescend and abuse the chair of the meeting, will not permit that. Submit on your point.
Chairman, I've not finished my point.
Submit on your point.
AGM, you allowed us to have a poll, and the AGM went quite well. In instances where members, the majority voted for an issue, it passed. In instances where the majority did not, it failed. We are attending virtually because of the circumstances. The reason why we are not able to have a physical meeting is well known to everybody. Any person across the world knows that in a virtual meeting, the only way to know the views of people participating is by putting a question on the platform in which people participate and give their views. That is the only way we'll be able to know what the position of the LSK members is. Majority of the members are online. We are not there physically present. If you insist that those of us participating virtually cannot participate by voting or speaking unless someone lobbies for us to speak, then it means you'll be having a meeting of 300 people, in which case there'll be no quorum, and therefore the meeting will not be a legally valid meeting. Therefore, Mr. Chairman, if you want this meeting to be legally valid, you must allow us to vote virtually on every issue, including that agenda. And I want to agree with my senior, Mr. Tom Kopere, that even the past agenda items, second, third, fourth, and fifth, cannot be validly discussed unless the meeting is valid. And if you insist that we must proceed with those agenda items, despite our plea for those of us who are virtual, that we must be allowed to vote on that issue of whether the additional agenda items can be allowed into the agenda, then Mr. President would be out of order. And Mr. President, for starters, even the first issue of Abing Parker Randall, that is your stooge. That is your own auditor who you want to force upon the membership. And therefore, that is why we do not want to allow agenda items being added without us voting. Allow us to vote. You cannot force on us, Parker Randall, your friends, to do an audit on LSK affairs. Yes. Allow us to vote. Yes. You can't add agenda items. No way. You cannot add. Regulation 76(1) is very clear on that issue. We will not accept. Thank you.
Thank you.
Fine. Thank you. We have exhausted the contributions on that issue. We'll go to the next stage.
should be the one here.
And Madam Wambua, please don't allow anybody to interrupt the meeting, please. We will give every member an opportunity to be heard in accordance with the procedure we've set out. The rules of debate are set out in section 81. Now the agenda item number 1 has to be moved and seconded, and the manner of making decision is set out in regulation 82. The decision shall be made at the first instance by a show of hands. So, and we're going to take a show of hands of all members present and of all members joining online.
Yes.
Yeah, lower your hands now because we want to go to the poll on whether or not to approve the audit by those 2 auditors in the manner set out in the agenda as amended. The online show of hands will be verified at the tail end of this process. Okay. Now, who moves? I will move a resolution of the general membership be and is hereby made to approve the appointment of Grant Thornton as the Society's external auditor for purposes of auditing the accounts of the Society for the period 1st January 2020 to 31st December 2020, pursuant to Regulation 52 of the Law Society of Kenya, General Regulations 2020, and the appointment of Parker Randall East Africa to conduct the forensic audit of the accounts of the Society in terms of the engagement letter dated the 9th of November 2020, and table the forensic audit report before the annual general meeting of the Society for 2021. The question, do you say yes or do you say no? Those who say yes, the ayes, you can raise your hands.
What are we saying yes to? What are we saying yes to?
We are getting tired.
Those online, the hands raised here are in the majority, so we're waiting for the hands online.
Read, there are no. Majority is clear.
No, the hands.
We are only raising hands, BP, if we agree. Majority are saying no. Don't try and change the rules. The vote is no.
Can we take which hand? That voting is continuing online. No, you can
No, initially, in order to create a poll, that's the question those members were responding to.
It's okay. Yes.
I'm giving it another 1 or 2 minutes.
But that's not a poll.
No, Angela, people have to concentrate and follow the proceedings. Yeah, just giving them some time. And I hope you're watching the screen of the hands raised.
That's not a poll. Those are comments or polls. You guys, be serious. Where, can you put a proper poll?
Mr. President. President.
Can
I will close it in a minute from now. The raised hands. You can project the raised hands, eh?
Mr. President, maybe Mr. President, put the ball like the one
President, maybe just to clarify, at the start we had close to 90 hands raised before the question was put. So members are doing it by themselves because we had 90 people with hands up for deliberations. So when the question was put, it's now the time for members to decide whether they want to continue with their hands high or they lower it. So maybe we should have had a definite time and say now everybody whose hand was up before the question was put it down, and then now people start putting their hands up.
Order, friends.
That's the truth.
Order.
That's the honest
Madam
truth.
Wambua, I hope you listened to what Professor Sienya said. I've looked at the hands, both here and online, the eyes have it.
Mr. President, Mr. President, with all due respect, and I also want to urge the members, that
we will proceed to the next
it is a
agenda.
scientific process, Mr. President. Could we kindly, Mr. President?
Madam Wambua, could you read?
Mr. President, kindly.
No, you have to listen.
Mr. President, kindly. I'm on my feet, Mr. President. I'm on my feet, Mr. President. I think, Mr. President, we need to be clear as to the process within which we are trying to make this vote. Let the process be verifiable. No one is saying that the no or the yes are not going to take it. I kindly urge members, let us subject it to a very scientific process that cannot be challenged. Thank you.
Okay. We'll go to item number 2.
Mr. President, Lsk-Sgm here.
Mr.
I wish for my dissatisfaction in how you have conducted that poll to go on record. You have failed to count the people who have voted yes or no on the online platform. So let that go on record. Eileen Aluso Ingati, P105 10769/14. I am not a part of that proceeding. Thank you.
Mr. President, kindly, I've not spoken.
President, proceed.
If I may be allowed to speak with your kind permission.
Mr. President, proceed. Proceed.
We will go to
Mr. President, I request politely to be requested to speak. I've not spoken.
We will go to the second item, which
No.
is the election of...
No.
No. We'll
Mr.
have order
President,
here.
kindly create a poll for the members online.
Yes,
Mr. President, for authenticity of these proceedings, kindly create a poll.
President, kindly create a poll for the members
Listen to your members,
who are the
Mr.
majority
President.
presidents.
Listen to your members.
Listen to us.
Fine. Let's go to agenda item number 2.
No.
I also note my dissatisfaction with how the poll
Number
has
two.
been conducted.
Number
I am
two.
online. This is Faith
Madam
Odhiambo,
Wambua,
and a majority of members have voted no, but the president has decided to
No.
President, kindly create a poll for the members online
a
to
majority
vote.
of members have voted against the dictatorship, and the charts are clear. It can be read. Let it go on the minutes.
Madam Wambua, could you mute Faith Odhiambo?
No, you cannot mute Faith Odhiambo. I am speaking on behest of the membership, not on your behalf. I'm here for the members who voted for me, not for me.
Elected leader. President, proceed.
Okay, agenda number 2.
No.
Election of 6 members to serve in the elections board for the election of female member representative to the Judicial Service Commission.
To disregard the first agenda.
President, I'm sorry to take you back again. We seem to be engaging in an exercise in futility. We're engaging ourselves in an exercise in futility. It will be important that we listen to all members in respect of what they are submitting.
Point of order.
No. Everybody, let's maintain order in the house.
Mr. President, also kindly
We are on
request for
item
those
number
against
2.
to raise their hand.
We are
If you are
on
going to go
item
by
number
that
2.
board.
We are constituting a board for the election of female member representative to the Judicial Service Commission. Under Regulation 26,
Motion to disregard.
under Regulation 26,
Point of order.
under Regulation 27,
Where's the mic?
the board is constituted of a chair who shall be a senior counsel appointed by a senior counsel committee and 6 members having knowledge and experience in electoral matters and resolution of electoral disputes. Madam Katarina Handa will have 1 meeting. Akusala will have 1 meeting, please.
No.
Okay, fine. Now, order, friends. Let the Secretary General of ODM be. Maybe he's in the wrong meeting. Mr. President, a member of this society.
are you people who are standing up? Sifuna speak, bwana. You must speak.
Members from getting into them, from discussing the meeting. The security guy is carrying a rungu, Mr. President, and he shall not use that rungu on members, Mr. President. Mr. President, you need to let this guy from security who is carrying a rungu to go out of this meeting. Sylvester Mbizi wants to disconnect my microphone with the entire sit down. Just sit down. Mr. President, there is a guy with security who has a rungu and he was here. That rungu cannot be used on members. He should step out of this meeting because he's not a member of this society. Ongea.
Edwin Sifuna.
Sylvester Mbizi, you will stop disconnecting my microphone. President Sylvester Mbizi keeps disconnecting my microphone and there is nothing you're doing about it.
Take your seat. This is an orderly meeting of the Law Society.
Yes. Hey.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sifuna kaa huko. That's right.
Point of order, Mr. President.
Friends, don't manhandle Edwin Sifuna. Let Edwin Sifuna be.
A point of order, Mr. President.
Okay, fine. Madam Wambua.
Point of order, Mr. President.
Okay, fine. I think we are now okay. Let's move on.
Mr. President, a point of order.
Okay, fine. Now, the chair of this board is supposed to be... Okay, friends, could we maintain some order? I know the majority are in favor of doing the correct thing. Yes. There are a few individuals who have come to disrupt this meeting. Yeah. No, just listen to me. Yes. Don't give them the benefit of disrupting this meeting. What is the PC? Okay, fine. Order. We have checked on the online system and we can confirm that Edwin Sifuna does not hold a practice in so he walked out of the meeting. No, get off my face. Have you registered them? Then leave. Fine. So we will do this. If they interrupt the meeting, don't join them. Please, I plead with you. If Edwin Sifuna interrupts the meeting, don't interrupt him.
Mr. President, I would like for it to go on record that it is not true that Sifuna is not an active member of the society. I am here on the portal and he is active as of 2020. The portal says he's active 2020 with 5 CPD points. Thank you.
Let's go on. Now, we will start with the chair of the board.
You are defending me and I'm losing clients because of that statement. Yes.
I have friends, could we maintain order? Manuel, let him be, let him be. No, Angela, please put your hand down. You are a leader in this society. You cannot participate in these disruptions we are saying. No, you can't. No. Now, we received a letter.
President, correct the record.
Okay, friends, we received a letter dated the 14th of January 2021 from the chair of the committee on the Senior Council Committee appointing Joyce Majiwa, Senior Counsel, to be chair of the Elections Board for the election of the Lsk-Sgm member representative to the Judicial Service Commission. Now, we need to pick 6 more members with knowledge in electoral matters. We have a list of 7 members. Can you project the list of 7 members, Madam Wambua? Madam Wambua, could you project the list of the 7 members?
Shortly, President.
Mr. President, I still have a point of order waiting.
Madam Wambua, have you projected the list? We have a list of 7 members. We need to choose 6. The 7 applicants are as follows. Githogori Catherine Mumbi, a stroke 2013. Matanga Joshua Kuli, a stroke 2020. Mbugwa Ellen Modoni, a stroke 2014. Nganga Lea Njeri, a stroke 2012. Nyarki Maria Goretti, a stroke 2000. Okech William Otenyo, a stroke 2009. Dr. Thionkulu Mudhomi, a stroke 2007. The Secretariat has brought to my attention an email dated the 18th of January 2021 from Goretti Nyarki Advocate, which reads as follows. Dear Mercy, I trust that this email finds you well. I hereby withdraw my expression of interest to serve in the committee of the JSC female member representative. Is Madam Nyariki in the house or joining online? Because I perceive this to be a withdrawal of expression of interest. Madam Angela.
I speak on behalf of Mary Goretti Nyariki. She communicated that she confirms that she is withdrawing her expression of interest, but she could not be here physically due to other commitments, last-minute commitments. But it can go on record that she has withdrawn her expression of interest to serve in the board. The election board.
Thank you, Madam Angela. I need to move the resolution, and I will move it. Okay, we are now left with a list of 6 members only. Will we please just be silent so that we make progress on this particular issue? May I move that the elections board for the election of the female member representative of the Judicial Service Commission be and is hereby constituted as follows. Chair, Joyce Majiwa SC. Member, Githogori Catherine Mumbi. Member, Matanga Joshua Kuli. Member, Mbugua Eileen Mudhoni. Member, Nganga Lea Njeri. Member, Okech William Otieno. And member, Dr. Thionkolu Mudhomi. Those in favor of that appointment can say aye. Aye. And raise your hands both on the online platform and in the house. Okay, the decision is made in accordance with Regulation 27, as well as Regulation 82 of the Law Society of Kenya regulations. We go to agenda item number 3, Madam Wambua, I hope you are minuting the resolutions. We'll sign them before we leave this meeting. We're going to election of 6 members to serve in the elections board for the election of members of the Advocates Disciplinary Committee. The background is as follows. The board is to be set up in terms of Regulation 27 to oversight the elections for that committee, which will be held under the preceding regulation, and part being election of council stroke representative statutory bodies. Madam Wambua, take us to the relevant page. Did we receive a letter from the chair of the Committee on Senior Council?
Yes, we did. There is a letter from Ahmed Nasir pointing.
It's okay, I've seen the letter. Friends, we have a letter dated the 18th of December 2020 from the, sorry, not 18th. We have a letter dated the 15th of January 2020 from the chair of the Senior Council Committee nominating Mr. Kenneth Akide, Senior Council, as chair of the Elections Board for the members of the Advocates Disciplinary Committee. Under Regulation 27, we need to appoint 6 members to serve together with the chair. Madam Wambua, if you could raise and share the list of the members who applied. Could you share the list of the members who applied? And if any of these members is present, we could identify them. Please just give them the mic so that I'm able to know who I'm speaking to. And Senator says you come in front so that you're seen as you speak.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nganga Leanjeri. I had tendered in my application to join this board for the Advocates Disciplinary, but having been appointed in the other one, I wish to withdraw my application in this particular board.
What happened?
Thank you. I've been appointed in the other one. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name's Mumbi Catherine Kidogori. I was also in the other board, and I was up for election and have been duly appointed. I would want to give an opportunity to other members to participate, so I wish to withdraw my application in this particular board. Thank you.
Good afternoon, friends. My name is Davis Macharia Mirara. Because I am not a person of the female gender, I was not on the other list, but I applied for this one. Davis Macharia, sorry, that's number, should be number 5.
Okay, thank you, Dennis.
Very well. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Kuli Joshua. I also wish to withdraw my candidature, having been appointed on the other board, so that we can give another member an opportunity to serve. Thank you.
William Muteno Ketch, my name's. Similar sentiments, having been appointed in the previous one. I wish to withdraw so that other members can get an opportunity. Thank you.
Okay, fine. Let's make progress. With the withdrawal of those 4, we are remaining with the following. Abiero Brian Okoth, that's 1. Mirara Davis Macharia, 2. Munga Maureen Santa Uchi, 3. Oluoj Wilkista Mombi, 4. We have a deficit of 2. Can we have 2 more? We can pick them from the house or online. Fine, we have 2 slots to fill. So,
Mr. President, kindly, there's a number 9
on
the next page.
Thank you, Madam Riziki. So we have 1 slot to fill. Yeah. Let's see if we can balance the gender first. Come in front.
Good afternoon, members.
Members, please. There is also somebody who is putting his or her name online. So we'll take her name, then we'll take the other name, and then we will subject them through the process.
My name is Zainab Jirma, and I kindly seek to replace those candidates who just withdrew. Thank you.
Now, the person who has submitted the name online, who is it? Are you able to see her? I need that person to speak. Now, the people who are in charge of this system, could you do your work? Huh? How many have submitted?
Solomon Gatumbu.
Solomon Gatundu.
Gatobu. George Gaduka. I see Magare Dennis. I'm
Dennis
submitting
Magare.
my name as well, George Gaduka.
Then George.
Job Boga Nyamumbo. I'm interested to join the board.
Let's just take 4.
Linda Cecilia Milimu.
Madam Ambua, let's just take 4.
Kevin Wakanywa says I submit my candidature. Solomon Gatubu, I wish to apply. Niongezwe hapo, Evans Muli. Eunice Njau nominates David. Okay, sorry for that. Yes, those are the ones I can see.
Mtukufu Rais, there's a member on your left.
There's a member on my left. Yes, Will Rose. What did you want, sir? Yeah, come and take the microphone.
Good afternoon, members. My name is Windrose Njuguna, P1059414/12. I would like to submit my candidature for the disciplinary committee board.
We only have 1 slot to fill, isn't it? We already have Brian, male, Davis, male, Munga Morin is female, Wikista Olwach is male, sorry, I'm very sorry. So Wilkista is female, Muga is male, Davis is male. These people have to decide their names properly. So this is female. And then Brian is male. So we have, then at the back we have David, male. So male is 1, 2, 3. Female is 1, 2. Chair is male. So it's a draw.
President, looks like our brothers and sisters on the other side are now muted. There is no sound, there is no video.
From which side?
Virtually.
So we are supposed to fill that slot with a female. Is that a general consensus? And then on the floor, we have Zainab Juma here. We have Winrose Njuguna here. Online, how many ladies did we have? Can I have their names? Pardon?
Linda Cecilia.
Linda Cecilia. Linda?
Linda.
Lina.
Linda.
Linda who?
Cecilia.
Milimo. Could somebody check whether Linda Milimo is active? Thank you. Okay, who else? Fine. I will restrict the choice to those 3. We need to go. Winrose and Juma, the 2 of you are here. Yes. None of you wants to see the ground for the other? Fine. Online, we have received Linda Milimo. So we have those 3. Who do we pick? We have Zainab Juma. Simpiga kelele Zainab tusikie.
Wacha wewe. Wacha. Wacha wewe. Wacha mama yako wewe. Wewe wacha.
Mr. President, with your kind permission.
Okay, those for Zainab Juma, raise your hands, both online and physical. Okay, those in favor of Winrose Njuguna, raise your hands, both physical and online. Those in favor of Linda Milimo. Fine. So Zainab Juma has it.
Mr. President, kindly let I request we have some order in the way in which we create the poll. My proposal would be, can there be a timeline for the people online so that they know who they are voting for? We need to have some form of order. And I request that we create a poll. That's what we did in the AGM. We are guided by President.
Mr. President, I want to join my thoughts to what Ndinda has said. It would appear like even Zainab is very popular. Let us just do the right thing and get the right person. I mean, we are just in an exercise that will be contested, and it appears like she will be. She has that we agree. She has that we agree, and she has all the reasons why. Now,
Madam Midema,
Mr. President.
Just hold on. George, could you please just hold on? George and Linda, you know, however much you fault what we're doing, I've attended several meetings of the council and meetings of the Law Society. You've been given a lot of leeway. What you're doing here is unprecedented. This is a meeting of the members, chaired by the President, in his absence by the Vice President. So we'll move on. You'll wait for your turn when you have to do this.
Mr. President, which members are we talking about? Which members are we talking about, Mr. President? Which members? Are we talking about the ones who are in this room or collectively all members? But we also members. Mr. President, you may not listen to your council, but for once I implore you to listen to your members. We are product of a legitimate election process. Any process that is done for election of our members and our term, I request for some form of legitimacy, Mr. President.
Okay, fine. I hereby move the resolution that the Elections Board for the election of member of the Advocate Disciplinary Committee be and is hereby constituted as follows. Chair, what is the name of the chair? Chair Kenneth Akide, Senior Counsel. Member Zainab Juma. Member Abiero Brian Okoth. Member Mirara Davis Masharia. Member Munga Maureen Sata Uchi. Member Olwoch Wilkista Mumbi. Member Wajenje David Mvoy. It is it's hereby resolved, huh?
No.
Chilisawa?
Yes. No.
We'll move to consider agenda item number 4. Cohen, you will. I don't want your help, Cohen, please. I don't want your help. You look well fed, you don't need lunch. We'll consider agenda item number 4. You sit down. To consider and approve the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC, as the electoral body to conduct by secret ballot the elections for the female member representative of the Law Society of Kenya to the Judicial Service Commission and members of the Advocates Disciplinary Committee to be held on the 25th of March 2021. Now the background is under the Act. The general membership is supposed to approve the recommendation of the council of the body that will conduct the election. The issue is now before you. I hereby move the resolution. Cohen, I'll buy you lunch. Just be patient. Be patient. So the resolution goes as follows, Cohen. The Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission be and is hereby approved as the electoral body to conduct by a secret ballot the elections for the female member representative of the Law Society of Kenya to the Judicial Service Commission and members of the Advocates Disciplinary Committee to be held on the 25th of March 2021. Those in favor say aye and raise your hands. Aye. Those against say nay. We will give 2 minutes for the online ones to to roll in? The hands are going up. Yeah, there are many. I think the decision is met. Perfect. We'll go to agenda item number 5. The issue before the floor of the House is as follows. Order, friends, to make a resolution indicating the law firms or lawyer to appear for the Law Society of Kenya in petition number E087 of 2020 and petition number E090 of 2020, pursuant to the court order made on the 17th of December 2020 by Mr. Justice James Rika, and further the law firms or lawyer to appear for the Law Society of Kenya in JR application number E1146, Gad Aguko versus Nelson, Harvey and others, and JR application number E1100, Aled Wayaki Gishui versus the Law Society of Kenya. I'll set out the backgrounds, then we'll take interventions. We'll take 4 interventions from here, 2 ladies and 2 men, and we'll take 4 interventions online, 2 ladies, 2 men. Is that okay? Sifuna, is that okay? Perfect. Jamator, is that okay? Good. Now, following the decision made on the 19th of October 2020 for the removal of Mercy Kalondu Wambua as Secretary of the Society, and the engagement of Parker Randall to conduct the forensic audit on the 9th of November 2020, 3 litigation were initiated, one by Murigi Kamande, being petition number E087 of 2020, and the second petition was instituted by Mercy Kalondu Wambua, being E090 of 2020. The second judicial review application was instituted by Gad Aguko, being judicial review application number E1146. In those 3 litigation, I, as President of the Law Society of Kenya, upon consultation, appointed the firm, where the firm of Kurgat? The boat park there. Okay, the farm is Kurgat, Kabata, Odongo, and Alakonya to act for the Law Society. The instructions given to the lawyer in the 3 cases was to oppose the petitions by Murigi Kamande and Mercy Wambua and Gad Aguko respectively. A different set of lawyers was instructed by 8 council members, being Bernard Kipkoech, Faith Odhiambo, Jojo Mwanza, Caroline Mudeu, Dinda Kinyili, and Beth Michoma. Did anybody have forgotten? And Riziki Mkule. Those instructions by that group was given to Philip Murgur, who goes by the firm Murgur and Company Advocates. And the instructions given to Murgur and Murgur was to support 1, the petition by Murigi Kamande, 2, the petition by Mercy Wambua, and 3, the judicial review application by Gad Aguko. On the other hand, there is a pending litigation being E110 Allen Waiyaki Gishui versus Law Society of Kenya. In this litigation, my predecessor, Allen Waiyaki, had moved to court to challenge the consideration by the Senior Council Committee of 45 applications for conferment of the rank and title of Senior Counsel, the result of which was to exclude those 45. Omwanza Ombati was instructed to oppose that application, but later the 8 council member aforesaid appointed the firm of Murgur and Murgur with instructions to record a consent compromising that matter in favor of the applicant, the effect of which was to exclude the 45 members of the Law Society from consideration as applicants for conferment of the rank and title of Senior Counsel. I'm being corrected by the Vice President, and thank you for the correction, that there is another set of lawyers, again instructed by the 8, being Kimani Muhoro, and Kimani Muhoro is the one instructed in number E087 of 2020. The instructions given to Kimani Muhoro is to compromise the petition by Murigi Kamande in favor of the request made by Murigi Kamande. Now, following that evident division in the set of instructions, Justice James Rika, by a decision made on the 17th of December 2020, gave certain directions upon coming to the conclusion, which I will refer to you, and I will take the members to paragraph 15 of the decision by the judge. He said, the most suitable forum to resolve the preliminary being the issue of representation, and the main issues in dispute is the general meeting. Part 3, Section 15 of the Law Society Act deals with effective governance of the Law Society. It creates 4 organs of governance: the general meeting, the council, the secretariat, and the branches. Section 16 of the Act states that the general meeting shall be the supreme authority of the society. Now, in his conclusion, the judge directed that the Law Society shall present to court a resolution of the general meeting indicating the lawyer or lawyers to act for the society in those 2 matters. Further to the amendment that was incorporated earlier in the day, the decision of the general membership is extended to include the case of Gad Aguko versus Nelson Harvey and Allen Waiyaki Gishui versus the Law Society. So the choice of representation is as follows. In the Murigi Kamande case is between Kurgat, Kabata, Odongo, and Alakonya advocates on one hand, and Murgor and Murgor on the other hand. No, not Murgor. Kimani Muhoro. And then in number E of 090 of 2020, the choice Madam Mumbua, there's no sound online. Huh?
Yes, we are checking. It's being sorted.
Sorry, for those online, I'm told we were off air. The decision to be made is as follows. In petition number E 087 of 2020, the one filed by Murigi Kamande, a choice is to be made by the general membership as to who will represent the society between Kurgat, Kabata, Odongo, and Alakonya on one hand, appointed by me upon consultation, and number two, Kimani Muhoro, appointed by the 8. The judge also said he wants the specificity of instructions, whether the appointed advocate will compromise the petition or will defend it. So that is for number 87. For number 90, the choice is between Kurgat, Kabata, Odongo, and Alakonya advocates appointed by me, and Murgor, appointed by the 8. Again, what the court requires, specificity of instructions to oppose or support the petition. And then further to the amendments that have been incorporated here, we will require a resolution of members as to who between Kurgat, Kabata, Odongo, Alakonya advocates and Murgor should represent the Law Society, and whether the advocate should compromise the case in favor of the pleas made by Gada Guko or oppose the case. And lastly, who between Omwanza Ombati and Murgor should represent the society in the case filed by Allen Wayaki versus the society, and what should be the nature of the instructions to compromise the case in the manner done by the 8 through the consent signed by Murgor, or to oppose the judicial review. Those are the facts underlying item number 5. We will take interventions here. We will take 4, and we'll also take 4 online. We will start with the Secretary General of ODM, Edwin Sifuna, who is also a member. We will thereafter take Akusala. I need 2 ladies to raise their hands. We will take them.
Mr. President, with the greatest respect, I wish only to be identified in this meeting.
No. Let's have order. Sifuna is a respected member of
Okay,
this bar.
I will raise my voice a bit for those who can't hear
speak.
me at the back. I'm saying with the greatest respect, Mr. President, I wish only to be identified in this meeting as a member of this society.
That's okay.
That is in the capacity in which I'm attending this meeting. Number 2, I wanted to request that since you are a named party in those cases, that you probably hand over to your deputy to preside over this particular agenda. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Fine. So they have exhausted their one vote. Akusala, take the mic. Don't worry. You want me to rule, and when I rule, you want to contradict the ruling. I'll rule, don't worry. Waliaula, you are an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. You will conduct yourself in the manner befitting of an advocate. Thank you. I think they have done a good job.
Mr. President. Members of the society, I would wish to make a meaningful contribution to the said agenda.
Let us allow Agusala, who is also a very respected member of this bar, to speak.
Yes, now we are talking. Now, there is the issue of appointment. There is the issue of appointment of advocates representing the Law Society of Kenya. And, Mr. President, there is a worrying trend which has been inculcated of late.
Friends, listen, because this is an eminent scholar.
Yes. There is a trend that has been entrenched of late of regurgitating advocates representing Law Society of Kenya, where it is very clear there are vested interests. And perhaps I'd like the membership to understand that whenever an advocate is appointed by the Law Society of Kenya, they are given a stipend of 50,000 shillings pro bono. Now, the challenge that comes with this is that you get an advocate getting around 10 briefs. Same advocate within a year. That is $500,000. And there are hardly young lawyers given any of these briefs. So you find, you've seen there are 2 cases here, filed within the same month, instructions given to our learned senior, Mr. Murgor. If that doesn't raise curiosity, then I do not know what curiosity shall be raised at any more point. Let us put it very clearly. We have factions within council, and I'm speaking as a member of the society, having witnessed the
Order. We can't send away Waliaula. A village must have a cocktail of all people.
I will proceed with tremendous respect. I will ignore that tantrum. You see, the point is, when it comes to the interest that is being furthered by the divided faction, it is very difficult for council, for LSK right now, to speak in one voice towards proceedings, because the president will propose that this is what needs to be done. Then we have the miscreant gang, we shall come with another appointee. If you don't understand English, Waliaula, keep quiet. Take English seriously, Waliaula, okay? Make English your friend. So I'll proceed. There is the miscreant gang, which decides to appoint their own lawyers. Keeping in mind the decision that is being challenged has been endorsed by the same gang. So basically that is conflict of interest as well. Dear members, I would wish us, dear members, I'd like to give this member a microphone to speak for 1 minute. Let us gauge his intelligence.
My intelligence dictates simple. The fact that you're calling council members miscreant gang. They are council members who are elected by members, duly elected by members.
That case is closed. Now let us proceed.
They proceed.
You see, members.
Council members. Don't call them that.
President, mute that one. You see, dear members, we would like us to proceed with caution, especially when it comes to the honor and integrity of LSK in courts. That is where we work. That is where we earn a living. So if we bring these jokes in court, we are losing our face. we are losing our voice as the defender of the public. We need, by the end of this meeting, to agree that there is a problem, there is a cancer, and we are not going to allow that cancer to continue hurting us. So as we speak right now, advocates that have been appointed by the CEO to represent Ms. Wambua, to represent herself, that is okay. She has that right. Advocates that have been appointed by council members to represent their position, they should pay that advocate. And then we should have advocates appointed by us who are going to represent our position. That is all I wish to say, Mr. President. Thank you.
Order, friends. Kirimi Gwantai cannot join online. There's a problem. This online thing is not working, but his call is on speaker. Kirimi, are you there?
Yes, sir, Mr. President.
The mouth is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. Allow me to, first of all, join in supporting my learned colleague, Mr. Kusala, and also be a bit of a voice of reason. When there's apparent conflict in the appointment of advocates to represent the Law Society of Kenya, I think the group will be to recuse themselves and send back those instructions back to the instructing party, that is the Law Society of Kenya, to appoint an advocate who's not conflicted. Now, I have also noted, as my brother Kusala noted, we have a tendency of always appointing same advocates to represent the interests of the Law Society of Kenya. All of you in that council ran on a platform of advancing the cause of young lawyers. All of you, without exception, campaigned on a platform of advancing the cause of young lawyers. How are you advancing the cause of young lawyers when you do not appoint young lawyers to represent the interests of the Law Society? Now, we also know for a fact, and I am speaking here truthfully, and I will speak truth to power, it is not those senior advocates that you instruct who actually do the donkey work. It is these same young advocates who will draft those pleadings, who will perfect those documents, do that research, but you will not appoint them.
Is it working?
Now, I also have to note with some shame our tendency now as a law society to go air our dirty linen in public. We are undressing each other. I'm not using the word address, I'm saying undressing. To know one and all Hadaran. When we drag each other and our issues to court, they become a matter of public record. And we have now become a laughing stock of the way we conduct ourselves. So I am therefore proposing that we do not even vote on these advocates, these firms, to represent the Law Society. We do not make this choice. Let us withdraw the instructions to all those law firms and have the members appoint fresh advocates to represent. He handled one of those matters. That is my contribution, Mr. President.
Thank you. We have taken one member online. Is there any other member online? We have taken two here, isn't it? Now we took Sifuna and Akusala, so I need two ladies. No, you exhausted your opportunity. Next time, utilize it properly. Okay, fine. There is no problem, Nani Sifuna. Okay, fine. We will. Is there any male member who wants to speak? Senator Irungu Gadi, you could speak. And then, could I have two ladies here as I look for one man online and two ladies online?
Good afternoon, my colleagues. My name is Gadi Irogo. Last time you elected me a disciplinary member, so don't do something that may cause you to be brought there. Thank you. We are here because of a dysfunctional council. These are very minor issues about appointment of lawyers. And if we'll be coming here every now and then because of decisions of procurement, I don't think we are going far. And my friends, out there, the world is looking at what we are doing. There are legal problems out there that we need as law society to talk about, united, true or false. And it will be a problem if we are going to raise our voices to the society out there in the world while we have a problem here. So, my President, I want us firstly to conduct ourselves here in a manner that we can give confidence to people out there when we are talking about Nairobi County government, rule of law, and everything. So for me, I would support something that, because the council has not been able to sit down and decide about this very minor issue, and they are supposed to be deciding about so many other issues relating to the council. It is good that the court has decided that it is us that must decide about the lawyers. But then we must also look at the future. Are we going to be coming here to be making decisions about everything that is going to go on in the council? So there are two parties here. We have to agree about that. Each has decided about lawyers. I would support somebody who has said, can we forget about these lawyers that are on record for now, and maybe as members choose new lawyers and also consider, like you have said, young lawyers. That's my suggestion. But let's now really remember that as Law Society of Kenya, out there, people are looking at what we are doing. Thank you, my President.
Mdomi Thionkulu, you are online. Could you enable Dr. Thionkulu to speak? So we have two men who have spoken here. Two ladies. Jometor, you will speak. And then Nyecholu will speak. But let's take Thionkulu online if he's been enabled. Mercy, can you enable Dr. Thionkulu? Dr. could you speak? Or appoint somebody to speak on your behalf? Fine. When he comes on, we will pick him. Could somebody call Dr. Thionkulu? Is there any other doctor of law in this house? Call the fellow doctor. No, the professor cannot call a doctor. Let a doctor call the other doctor. Dr. Christy Aboso, could you call your colleague? Mwalimu.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. President.
Good afternoon. You are on speakerphone, and I've put you on the microphone.
Yes.
You could make your presentation. And congratulations on your appointment to the Elections Board for the Lsk member representative of the JC.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. My first contribution is that we need to find as a society a permanent solution to the infighting and wrangles that we have seen, because they are not in the interest of the Lsk, at least not as an entire body of professional lawyers. Now, my contribution to the agenda at hand is that it seems going forward, issues of who represents Lsk in the various court cases might arise, and I support the idea that in addition to terminating the instructions of all those who are currently representing our society, maybe we should do what every other body does, which is every year our secretariat can issue an invitation to members who are desirous of representing the LSK in various suits, because suits will always arise that the LSK is either sued or under interest, and the secretariat should ensure that list is widely representative of both the senior and the junior bar, and I don't know whether there is a middle bar. Ensure they should be reflective of the face of our society, and that list can be renewed either annually or biannually, so that next time we have someone being appointed, at least they have a prior mandate from the general meeting of the society, and we will not have this problem, which I think the perception is that the current people representing the society perhaps represent the sectarian interests that have recently characterized the council. And if I may beseech the council, every one of us shall weep, shall cry, and shall regret the kind of disunity and division we've seen in the council. And the really unfortunate thing is that we live in a country where we were the last body that could put the systems of this country to account. The church, you know what happened to it, you know what happened to the civil society organizations, and in my view, the law society, to me, is the only remaining barrier between those who want to destroy the rule of law in this country and those who want it as a country of the rule of law. And if the rule of law is destroyed because we have our faction of fight, then I don't know which law we shall be practicing. Even those who seem to have been, enrolled into this scheme will be joining us in gnashing our teeth and willing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Malemo. I think we've exhausted the online representation for male. Get me female. As we get the female, take two ladies there. And Madam VP, assist me, run through that thing. Get two ladies. Of course, you balance opposition and government. And then Madam Jamatoro will speak for the opposition. And then Madam Aoko will speak for the government.
Mr. President, I don't speak for the opposition. In fact, I'm in support that we need to have as many young lawyers as possible representing the society in matters that are currently in court. But I listened to you keenly, and you mentioned the number of lawyers proposed by yourself and the council, especially in E87 of 2020. And my understanding is that you proposed the firm of Moses Kurgat, and the council proposed the firm of Kimani Mohoro and Murgor and Murgor, right? If you look at the three, they were all admitted in the 80s. In fact, the youngest is Murgor and Murgor. So if at all we are to go with the position that has been proposed by the members who've spoken before me, then Philip Murgor actually suits that position. It is not me. I have agreed with your position that we must have as many young lawyers as possible. Unless there's another young lawyer that has been proposed by the president, I did not hear. He said Moses Kurgat. Besides that, Mr. President, there are no interests. Besides that point, Mr. President, allow me to point out one issue in regard to the voting. We have seen here that we have 2,721 people attending this meeting virtually. Every time you call for a poll, you ask members to put up their hands. We've been counting the people who've been putting up their hands. And in one instance, you agreed that a motion had passed when only 34 people have raised their hands, and that is out of 2,720 people. What am I saying, Mr. President? Mr. President,
let's Madam Jamatoro
I have
speak.
the floor. I have a floor. Allow me to speak.
Let us speak.
Moving forward, on all the motions that are being presented right here, let us have the number of hands being mentioned that have been raised, okay? And in support or in opposition of those motions against the people who are in attendance. That is the only way we can account in terms of how many people have passed or rejected this motion. Because as we speak and as we are going on, we are disenfranchising serious members of this society. We all voted for this council. Let us support them. Thank you.
Yeah, before Madam Nyachol speaks, let me dissuade Madam Gemator of one false construct. The farm that you are referring to as an agement to Murgor and Murgor is predominantly owned by young lawyers. The farm is Kabata, the farm is Kurgat, Kabata, Odongo, and Alakonya. If these are old advocates, then I'm ancient. But anyway, Madam Mercy, you can go on.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, honorable members. Actually, I wanted to point out what Mr. President has said. Kabata, Zak, and Odongo, they're all young lawyers, and they are partners in equal measures with Mr. Kurgat. We all know that Murgor is 60-year-old. He is a spent bullet. So when Demator is talking about, yes, he is. I'm on the floor. Okay, so there is no way that you want to compare a 60-year-old with 30-year-olds. Therefore, if you are going to vote for young lawyers, then we ought to propose a set of young lawyers. And if the law firm is owned by one senior and also partnering with other 3 or 4 lawyers, then we ought to choose that law firm. That aside, we also ought to give proper instructions. The interventions I'm hearing are only talking about representation. But the president has talked about instructions. Are they going to support the petitions against Lsk, which has dire consequences, or are they going to oppose? So as we are contributing to this motion, we should be very clear. 1, on who we want to appoint, and 2, whether they are going to oppose or support the petitions. Excuse me, I'm going on the floor. And finally, I am running for JSC. Thank you.
Okay, there are 2 ladies online. Madam Wambua, if you could allow Caroline Thuo and Jabtai Evelyn. And we didn't get any interventions on the specificity of instructions. Or friends, you haven't read the pleadings.
Mr. President, just a small interjection. As I look at the judgment and the position that was held, I do not seem to see the element of specificity.
Okay, fine. Get these people online, then I help Mwanza read. Pardon? Sifuna, I've known you since you were my pupil. You don't want to be patient.
That's your second life day. Before lunch.
I will withdraw the certificate of moral fitness.
You have to rule on my preliminary objection. When you are presiding over a matter,
I'll come back there. Just be patient.
You know, we were considering you for Chief Justice.
Thank you. Sifuna knows these people master is qualified to be CJ. That's why he's giving very good recommendations. Madam Wambua, enable Caroline Thuo and Chemtai Evelyn to speak. Are you able to get them? Specific instructions. Chemtai Evelyn and Caroline Thuo.
Chemtai, you're on.
Oh.
Have I been unmuted?
Yes.
Okay, can I go on? Thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity. These are my thoughts. We are all going round the matter, yet we know what the elephant in the room is. That is the disunity between the council members. And so the main issue is not really the advocates to represent the LSK, but actually can we also address the corporate governance within the entire council? And perhaps maybe if we can get consensus, if the council can come together, then even the issue of representation of the LSK and the particular instructions that they should be given will then become clear. There have been suggestions that the senior council committee should then intervene to ensure that the council, takes responsibility and they give the clear direction that the entire LSK should have. And so even as we consider this issue of who represents the LSK, can we then also discuss the issue, how do we unite the council that is totally divided in the middle? Then we do not have to have all these repeat calling of SGM all the time. Thank you.
Who was that? Was it Thuo or Chemtai? Thank you, Chemtai. Oh, sorry. Thank you, Thuo. Madam Wambua, get hold of Chemtai.
She's enabled.
Evelyn Chemtai, go on. Madam Chemtai.
President, I have a message from Mr. Dennis Magare. Says that my hand has been up since morning. I want to address the motion in progress. You are bypassing people online and calling others.
Marcy, will you follow instructions?
I was just bringing that to your attention, Mr. President. I already enabled the other person. It would be wrong for me to give someone a blue tick and I'm not communicating to you what they have said.
Well, we have reserved that slot for a female member. Madumbo, you can take that slot. We'll close it.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I would like to echo the sentiments of whoever had spoken before. I think it was Madam Chemutai or Thuo. I would like to urge the entire council to consider alternative dispute resolution measures because the nature of the litigation that has been filed in court is just clearly shows that there's a split down the middle. Being a mediation ambassador, I would urge all council members to consider maybe referring the disputes or future disputes to mediation. We can agree on the modalities of appointing the mediator, but let us just consider other forms of dispute resolution apart from litigation. Thank you.
Okay, I think we've taken sufficient interventions. We've listened to your call that we unite. It's a good call. But you must realize the peculiar nature of these offices we hold. We don't run as a team. We come here with different interests. Although our primary obligation is to serve members' interests. And sorry to say, Dr. Thionkulu echoed this. There's been interference in the Teacher Service Commission. There's been interference in other organizations. And I've taken the podium here and said who is interfering with the management of the Law Society. I've said it in no uncertain terms. And you've seen them sometimes even taking pictures when they interfere in the affairs of the society. So don't come and tell me to unite with people who do not serve members' interests. It's as simple as that. And Justice Rika has put it articulately clear. If the council does not want to work and recognize that there's one president, there is one council, there's one law society, then the members must assert the authority under Section 16. Yeah. We don't need to be friends to serve. We just need to serve in accordance with the law and the interests of the members. So let's make a decision. It doesn't need to please either camp. It needs to be a decision that is in accordance with the law and the interests of the members. And if I can say without any fear of contradiction, you know who amongst these council members did not ascribe to the Brave New Bar agenda. I cannot blame them. It's their right. But we need to have a focused manner in which we advocate for the members' interests.
Everybody must join your party.
Mr. President, I think it's critical you inform the members that we are currently undergoing mediation.
No.
Mr. President, on a point of order, kindly inform the members.
Yes, did I say that I informed the members that we were under mediation? Yes, there was a mediation that was ongoing. The mediation was halted to enable the members deliberate today and determine some of the issues, which if resolved in this meeting, will assert your authority under Section 16.
Can we hear from the AIM? Yes. Can we contribute members?
Who was the one with the problem?
Let me say something. Members, you can correct.
Give this gentleman a microphone. And then we'll close with that. We're going now to make a decision whether we are choosing between those two sets of advocates or whether we are firing all of them and appointing one here, and what instructions you're giving each of the advocates that you will appoint. And the issue that has been raised by Dr. Muthome Thionkulu is germane. I propose the task force on law reform takes it into consideration. Senator Gadhi and Madam Nyacholi were here. See how best we can have a panel of lawyers for the Law Society. If anything is to go by, approved by the members at the AGM, in order that if they make a decision compromising your interests, then you will know it is your lawyer. I think that is the best way to go. But for now, we take his intervention, then we make that decision.
Very well, Mr. President, my intervention with due respect.
Yes.
I have sat since morning. I've been here. And I think I'm finding the reason why the functionality of the council and the executive is compromised. Because of the way you are addressing your team. You are here telling us you want to assist Mr. Omwanza to read. You are here telling Madam CEO, accusing her of bureaucracy. You see how you address these people? You know, these are learned people. And some of us, we have been admitted this year. We have come here to learn. We have come here to... You are the problem. problem now you are addressing these people, especially when you are here. If it was in the office, maybe it would have been better. But now when you are here, we are watching you address these people this way. It's not okay. It's not okay. And unity cannot be found that way. If this is how you address your council without respect, then
okay,
cannot work
fine.
like that.
Somebody suggested, just a minute, somebody suggested that they want to hear any other council member on this issue. Yes. No, Dr. Kinyariri. Let's see if we can hear. Bernard, do you want to be heard on that point?
I can say something, members.
Let's hear Bernard. They're here, they can speak for themselves.
Thank you, members. I would speak very briefly. My name is Kipkoech Bernard Ngetich, at the risk of repetition. We do not have two factions in this council. Now I've heard you, listen to me because I haven't spoken, so now listen to me. I've heard you, Clarice and all friends.
Friends, please.
We do not have...
Just a minute. When all is said and done, Bernard is my very good friend. We were very good friends before we became council members. So listen to him. Even if we differ on different issues of principle. So listen to him.
Thank you very much, President. Honorable members, as I have said, we do not have two factions in this council. When we said we were moving a motion against the AG and the Solicitor General, we spoke in one voice. When we said we were moving to move the CJ to dissolve Parliament, we spoke with a super majority. The problem arose when it came to the issue of decision to fire the CEO. And I think that is the elephant in the room. I have heard you. I will speak to the issue of the audit. I'm also your treasurer. So personally, and I'm speaking for those whom I speak for. Yes, 8 people. Yes. Thank you very much. Just need to listen to Kipkoech. I have heard you, and you know, this is our society. When the issue of the CEO arose, you know how the decision was made. We made a decision. The president was in the minority, and the president could not take it lying down. Number 2, on the issue of the forensic audit, which I want to be done yesterday, I do not oppose it. I want it to be done. The problem was we did not agree on Pakarando, but the membership has spoken. Of course, there are some disagreements, but Kipkoech will take the decision of the special general meeting, because in the long run, we do not need to disintegrate this society. So, I will comply with the resolution by signing the check as soon as possible because of the resolution of the special general meeting. But I needed to say this. I've actually fought with Nelson Navi in a case up to the Court of Appeal. I even trounced him and attached his client, but he paid me at night to take care of that. So we do not have any personality differences. We've done meet in Nakuru about 2 months ago, even when this dispute was there. So let us separate legal issues and personality issues. And finally, I want to tell you that we do not have vested interest in this society. All of you would know that Kipkoech is a small-scale tea farmer. You know that. Over and above the practice of law, I'm also a small-scale tea farmer, working very hard on the other side. I do not have any vested interest in the Law Society of Kenya. And I want to urge us to do this. As membership also, let us show leadership by leading from the front, by sieving through whatever information comes to you. And I'm asking the President, before all of you, to also show leadership. The President is on a higher pedestal. He's not in the same position as a council member, up country, for example, which I am. He must lead from the front as we support him. And I've told you, 2 issues only brought differences. The President must respect the majority of council. And guys, And I want to ask us,
Will you allow Bernard to finish, please?
as I conclude, I want, as a show of leadership, friends,
Bernard, could you tell your supporters to hold their peace? Gatundu is making a lot of noise.
Alex Gatundu. I've also worked with Alex Gatundu, though he didn't campaign for me the last time. But we worked together sometimes back to prevent an illegality at the Secretariat. There was a time they wanted to introduce a clause that would have barred some CEO from contesting because she didn't have a CPAK, which was not a requirement under Section 24 of the statute. I filed a case in Nakuru. We succeeded. We quashed that illegal notice. So I am a champion for the rule of law.
When Rose don't go, we'll give you the mic. Just don't
I
go.
needed to ask as members that we also show leadership by passing a resolution this afternoon that the President, Council, and the CEO proceed on mediation because we've had so much of our linen. No. Just listen to me. Listen to me, you will give your views. You know, Kipkoech doesn't speak much. But I speak my views and do so very boldly. Even Sylvester Mbithi here, who doesn't agree with me at this juncture, has worked with me at some point in time because I'm very bold. I ran on a clarion call of being a rampart. This is what I was saying. We've washed our linen too dirty there in the public. I don't know how much we still have remaining of this society, President. And I want to request us that we pass a resolution here that the President, leading from the front and all of us, proceed on mediation and resolve pending issues. You've listened to me. You need to just listen to me.
Okay, Bernard, I need to protect you from the members. Yeah, I think we have heard you.
I conclude. Let me conclude by saying this. Even though we are not friends, and we are not supposed to be friends as council members, as lawyers, there is a minimum threshold of decorum that is expected of council as leaders, that is expected of the membership. Let us try to strive for that. Thank you very much, President, and the membership for listening to me.
Well, you see, I've said time without number that me and David come from the same lineage. So if I'm very belligerent, they must be justified. But we have our mother in the council who is the vice president, who is always very available, always to bring order. Madam VP, ebu ongea na watu wako.
Thank you, President. I think I took it upon myself to be the mother of the society, but I also know that members have seen what we go through in council meetings. That shouting that you've seen going on here is what goes on. And whenever I try to intervene, they shout at me, oh, you're not our mother, we're not your children. So the problem is with us. The problem is not with the president. The problem is with us, all of us, 13 of us. And sometimes I keep saying that we need to shield the CEO sometimes because this is how we flare up and we put her in a different position. But of course, you all know that it's a political office and people have taken factions. And I know recently you saw council members writing to me and the president a letter to sign checks. And the truth of the matter is that that was not true. So what happens is that a narrative is created by depending on where you are, and it runs and you get all this. So for me, and what I've been encouraging the 13 of us, and we sometimes, when we ran, we were friends. Now we are, okay, no longer friends as much. But the problem is this dishonesty and deceit. We deceive our members that this is the true position. For example, you saw a member of the society taking on me for failure to sign checks for their employees, which was not the true position. I tried to log in. I still cannot log in to some accounts of the Law Society. So I urge members to sieve information that is relayed by any of us, myself included, because it depends on the side where we are. I could, for example, incite, let me just say, Clarice, because she's on my side, or another person, and give wrong information. For the first time, I engaged Jackie Manani online, and that's not me. So the point is this, for us, I want members also to urge us as council members to be truthful. I am a truthful person, and I don't think politics can make me become a deceitful person. So what I'm saying is this. Let me...
Order, members. Friends.
Sifuna, I have a lot of respect for you. Okay. All right, Sifuna, let me start with It's not about you. I think Sifuna, you probably I have a lot of respect for you. I was just saying, Sifuna, the president gave me the floor just to call for calm and peace. I have done that, and I always do that. I get a lot of abuses from the council members seated here, but I still urge them to keep and maintain calm. All my supporters here, I urge them to maintain their cool. I want to speak just one thing about where members were misled about the decision about mass. On the 16th, on the 14th, on the 6th of October 2020, after the hearing of the matter against mass, a decision was reached that every council member do write a reasoned decision. They're all here, I am not lying. Come the 16th of October, and I would call them name by name, a few of us had written decisions. Others, the clip has been going around, said that, and I have no reason to lie to anyone, said that they will not render their reasoned decisions because they don't trust the president. Others read orally from their mind. I could point them out. The only people who give the president reasoned decision I could start, Linda Riziki Mkwele was number 1, Esther Ngawa, Herin, and myself. Beth also sent hers. And that is what was contained in the decision. I want something to go on record. On the 19th of October 2020, the clip that goes round on the reading of the decision was captured by Mercy and our advocate. And against I told them not to, my warning. This is what happened. The president read the decision, asked that we calm down so that we can continue with the other agendas of the meeting. The president, of course, there was this, what you have seen here. I think it was evident, what you've seen here. And then the president walked out. Council member Ndinda Kinyili asked me to go and talk to the president to come back to the meeting. The president said at 1:15 p.m. that he has closed the meeting and left. I followed the president, Ndinda followed me. When I came back, the president came back, but I think we had an altercation with Faith Odhiambo because she was holding the laptop. And then the president left. And then when I came back, I found Aluso dictating a resolution. And I asked them what is going on. Bernard was the chair. And I told Bernard that I am here, I'm still here. What came from the mouth of George Omanza and Aluso Ingat and Faith Odhiambo was that we are equals. And I pleaded with them. They said we are equals. I need to say this first and foremost. I am a God-fearing person. I don't lie, and I'm not lying. And they told me that we are equals, whether I'm the vice president or not. we are equals. And I requested that we draft a resolution with everyone who was attending that meeting so that those who don't agree with it do not sign. Rosalind Odede from the online told me, the resolution is for those who support Mercy. So what I was saying, Alex, I was just saying, I'm telling members that it's not that we are not able to work together. We are able to work together, but our problem as council members, starting with myself, Caroline Kamende, is that we are not truthful. And it is very sad that we have to make members sit here the whole day and shout at each other. Jemator, I respect you and I've never shouted at you. Please just hold your peace. And I think it's unfortunate that members elected us and we exposed them to this. Even what we've exposed to you today. So I urge council members and our supporters, mine included, please sieve any information that comes from any of us before you go online and call each other names. I mean, I was called all manner of names about checks that I don't know about and that I haven't refused to sign because I logged in and I'm unable to sign. I have no reason not to pay employees. These employees are my friends and they have no reason. So I think members have seen the problem. The problem is us. It's us. Thank you.
We need to appoint those advocates and give them instructions. Windrose. Can somebody give Windrose a microphone?
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you, members, for allowing me to talk. I'll be very brief because from the point at which I raised my hand, I realized that the President is not checking the left side of the room. And Kipngetich Bernard, Madam VP, Demator, Caroline Thuo online, they all said what I'd have liked to say, so I will not repeat these sentiments. However, on to the council members. The problem that we have is a problem that we need to fix as a society. We're taken with very high regard outside there. However, I think we've muddied that a little. It needs to be fixed because the public-facing front of LSK is not looking good. We cannot continue like this. So whatever it is that we determine from this floor today, know that amongst yourself as the 13 council members, you need to fix the public-facing front of this council and LSK. Thank you.
Now, no, we are done. We are done. So we need to appoint an advocate for those 4 matters. Guantai and I think Senator were of the view that we fire all the advocates on record, appoint fresh ones. That's one view. There was also the other view. So can we have a consensus? Are we firing all of them? Yes. Or are we appointing one of them? Nani, Gatundu, please, we will have some respect here.
Going to represent the Lsk in those matters.
Okay, fine. Okay. Dani, Moridi, you'll take your seat.
I will take my seat.
Okay, fine. Nani, Dennis Moridi, you will take your seats. Perhaps the best way to resolve this matter is to start with the nature of instructions. Then we
can't just that is you, by the way.
Dennis, are you sober?
Mr. President, it seems by public, is it accolade, the members seem to say that kila mtu aondolewe, tuweke watu wapya, na sana sana nikipata ninio mambo yenye imetokea kwa members, ikiwezekana young lawyers wapewe hizo kazi. Si kuregelea kila watu wengine all the time. Toa kila mtu, let's put new members tusonge mbele.
Okay, fine, thank you. Let's listen to Edwin Sifuna.
Mr. President.
Friends.
Mr. President,
Just
you
a
must
minute.
protect
Just
me.
a minute. Okay. Order. Friends. Let me give you a small commercial break. Mary Mugai, are you there? I'm happy to report that the Law Society went to court in the morning to stop the swearing in of Anne Kananu as governor, and the court has given an order.
Mr. President.
You can see we are working, huh? No. Oh.
Mr. President, I will need your protection. You are the one who said I speak.
Mr. President, sir. Let's all address. But I was there. I had a point.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Actually, Mr. President, my point was very simple. In an exercise such as this, and especially because you said that the court wanted a very clear resolution to be brought before the judge, my simple request and advice to you is that please, in an AGM, decisions are taken by majority. You will have to tell the judge what the majority was and how it was arrived at. Which is why, just a minute, I could actually be protecting you from what you're trying to do, but you don't see it now. Mr. President, I want to make this request again and let it go on record, what Gematora had asked for. Please, for every question that is put before the AGM or the SGM, let there be a poll showing very clearly that 10,000 people have voted yes, 2,000 have voted nay, and 3,000 have abstained. Otherwise, whatever resolution you will take to the judge is something that we can defend or something that can also be attacked. That's all I want to say. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you.
My humble submission,
Mr.
President.
Go.
We have deliberated on this motion for the last 1 hour. We were kindly requesting, in your magnanimity of allowing these people, kindly let us proceed.
Okay.
And we are requesting kindly, because some of us are going very far. Let us moot the motions that are there. We support or we oppose. And there's one important motion that is going to be raised here. We are requesting, Mr. President, it be brought on the table. Kindly. As we wait. And we are saying, for the president to function well, there are people who must go. The baby is already dead. We are coming here to abort the baby. And the mortician is on the ground, Mr. President. For this society to function, we must support you because we voted for you.
We also voted for the council member.
Fine. Prof, just permit me to close this. No. Let me close this. It's now late. People have to go back home. we have 4 cases. One filed by Murigi Kamande, challenging the decision to remove Mercy Wambua, and also seeking to stop the audit. We have another case by Mercy Wambua herself also, challenging her removal and also seeking to stop the audit.
President, I think I need to clarify
Yeah,
to
yeah.
members. My petition, I have been mentioned. I have been mentioned. It is important, members, you have the pleadings with you. Yes, thank you. So it is important for you to go on record that in those pleadings, in the case that I have filed in court, nowhere am I seeking an order to stop the forensic audit.
Okay,
President,
very
please
well.
let that be on record and correct that statement. Thank you, members.
Fine, let's go on. So that is the case by Mercy
Petition is
Wambua.
purely on the issue of removal from office and being disturbed. Yes. So there is nowhere in those petitions that I have asked the court, and there is no order by the court stopping the forensic audit.
Okay, order friends. Let's go on. So that is petition number 2. Petition
Thank you,
number
Mr.
3
President,
is
for allowing me to put the
by
record
Garda
here.
Guko. Garda Guko is here. Garda Guko also does not want the audit to go on. Okay, fine.
President, just to put the records.
We have those pleadings, eh? It's upon you to determine whether or not what I'm saying is correct. And then the fourth...
But why mislead the members? What have you read? What have you understood? You also need to be assisted.
No. Nani, Ndugu, please. Don't approach the council's table, please. Just maintain your seat there. The fourth case is the one filed by Alan Gishui, where he doesn't want 45 members of the Law Society to be considered for conferment of the title and rank of senior counsel. I've enumerated to you the 2 sets of instructions. One, compromise the cases. One, the other one, oppose the cases. How do you want us to go about this? Those in favor of opposing the cases? Yeah, those in favor of opposing the cases, raise up your hands. Virtually and online. Oh, virtually and physically, raise your hands. Can you run? You can see the hands opposing, eh? Online. Yeah. Ebu scroll down. Mercy, scroll down. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. Continue.
Mr. President, again with all due respect, kindly, Mr. President, I'd implore that we take a poll on this issue to avoid any ambiguity.
Mr. Mwanza, you are out of order.
I'm out
of your mic.
I have the microphone, please.
No.
Kindly, Mr. President, it will appear that
these are the people who are compromising cases filed against the Law Society.
Mr. President, you will allow me to talk because I am a representative of members of this society. Mr. President, I speak as a representative who is in office. Yes, I agree. I I agree you are here, and I'm also here on my capacity. I'm also here on my capacity as a member. I also sit here as a member of LSK. Mr. President, you might want to push a narrative through the numbers that you've brought in this, which is not wrong, but we will not allow. We will not allow, Mr. President, for you to bulldoze the agenda of this SGM. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I think we are all aware. Okay, order. Salim, Waliaula.
Mr. President, I think what Omanza is saying is very right. Yes, I agree we have members present here, but we have members online. We have members online. We have members online. We have more than 3,000 members online, Mr. President. It is important that a pool is created. It is important that a pool is created, Mr. President. Let us not pull those members who are online. The issue was very clear. This was an hybrid SGM. Physical and online. Mr. President, it's very important that on this particular matter, you create a pool online so that we take a vote. Members, we are advocates. Members, kindly, we are advocates. Why would we require to appoint an advocate to compromise the matter? Why can't we let the matter just pass? Let's not be selfish here. We cannot instruct, we are the Law Society of Kenya, we cannot instruct an advocate to compromise the matter.
Aya. I think I've heard you. Madam Wambua. Okay, fine. Order. Let me read the resolution. Okay, fine. Madam Wambua. Madam Wambua, you are on your phone and I want to read the resolution. Okay. It is hereby resolved by the general membership of the Law Society of Kenya that the advocate instructed in petition number E087 of 2020, Murigi Kamande versus Nelson Harvey and others, petition number E090 of 2020, Mercy Kalondu Wambua versus Nelson Harvey and others, JR application number E1146, Gad Aguko versus Nelson Harvey and others, and JR application number E1100, Allen Wayaki Gishui versus Law Society of Kenya, shall oppose those petitions and judicial review applications respectively. Okay. Okay, fine. Now we're going to appoint the lawyers. So we have 4 cases. Perhaps it may just be fair or rational that different advocates be appointed for each and every of those cases. Is that okay? So we start with case number 1. That is E087 of 2020. Can somebody stand up and propose an advocate? Boniface Akusala.
Mr. President, what is the definition of a young lawyer and Thiwa is admission when?
Okay.
Have to worry, I'm the convener of Young Lawyers Committee. So
Madam
sinisonye
Riziki, if you could just maintain your silence.
Maintain my silence, Mr. President, after I speak as a council member. Thank
Can
you.
somebody give Boniface Akusala the microphone?
Is there another microphone? Mr. President, members of the society, what council is not getting is that we've been hearing their voices the entire year. We don't want to hear them again. You are here today to be seen. Let us go ahead with our motion. Let us vote, finish, and go. You will talk after we leave. We are tired of your voices.
Mr. President, if I disagree with that, I have a voice as a member of this society. I also disagree. I disagree with Akusala.
Okay,
We also seated here as members of the society. Thank you.
Akusala will apologize.
Yeah, you will have to apologize.
Yeah. Waliaula, I'll procure the apology. It's okay. Let's be civil, please.
Yes.
Let's be civil. We were considering a proposal for appointment of an advocate in that matter. Who have you proposed, Akusala? Stanley who? Stanley Ndiwa has been proposed for appointment to serve as counsel for the Law Society in case number E087 of 2020. Those in favor say aye. Ndiwa, come here.
Mr. President, we have another proposal.
Ngoja, nani, oyo. Ndiwa kuja hapa.
Mr. President, yes, my name is Stanley Ndiwa.
Put your mask, we need to know you. Maybe you're a bank robber.
Yes, Mr. President, I'm Stanley Ndiwa. I would appreciate members for proposing me to take up that brief. But because of my personal engagements, I am unable to take it for now. Maybe other time. Thank you.
Thank you. Fine. So our work has been made easy. Let's take another. Oyo?
Yes. I'm the one speaking, Godric. Yes, we are in Nairobi. Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Wycliffe Oyo, advocate. I want to propose the firm of A.G. Majimbo and Company Advocates. Majimbo A.G. Georgiadis is a young lawyer. He needs no introduction in these quarters. He's shown dedicated service to the society before, and I think I have no doubt in my mind whatsoever, and he should have none, that Majimbo will do a good job. Thank you.
Fine. Maybe the other despots can propose somebody. Waliaula, propose a member from the despotic community. Give Waliaula. No, take a microphone, Waliaula. We want you to finish all your case here. Don't go to Facebook. Just finish it here, now and now.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving the opposition also the chance to choose someone. And I would like to propose my good friend here. He has really, and in fact, he has your badge, Brave New Bar. Yeah? So you should not have a problem with Mr. Otieno taking over a matter on behalf of the Law Society of Kenya. Let him speak for himself as well. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm Roger Otieno, and I was admitted last year. I incorporated a law firm. I'm located at Kimathi Chambers, 6th floor, door number 5, and I would want to take over the matter.
Thank you. Thank you. I think we have other proposals on the chart. Somebody is proposing Christy Mideva. I don't know. Oh, okay. I don't.
Mr. President, if I may bring to your attention the names that have been proposed online. There is Manesse and Company Advocates. There is Eunice Mohammed. There is Magare and Musundi and company advocates. There is J.N. Mwema and company advocates.
It's still on the phone. Jesus. I'm told Guantai is still on the phone. I didn't know, sorry. Guantai.
Allow me to simply just ask.
Let me ask Guantai, whose airtime was this? The caller or you?
My
okay, fine. Go on.
Yes. Mr. President, allow me to simply point out that this is not a meeting, I'm sorry to name names, but this is not a meeting for Waliaula, my classmate, and Mr. Sifuna. We are also, and it is also not a meeting of the Nairobi Bar. We are here and represent, and we represent the rest of the advocates of this country. We also have a voice in this matter, and we ought to be heard in this matter. Secondly, Mr. President, lawyers do not only practice in Nairobi. We have competent advocates like Mr. Ramatana Abubakar in Kerugoya, an extremely competent advocate who can handle any matter that you give him. So it cannot only be that when it comes to representing the Law Society of Kenya, it is only advocates in Nairobi who get to represent the Law Society of Kenya. We practice also in this country. We have competent advocates in other counties of this country, and we can travel to Nairobi. It is not that far as advocates in Nairobi will have us believe. We travel there for matters, we handle matters there. So it cannot be that only advocates in Nairobi monopolize the representation of the Law Society or have a voice in matters touching on the Law Society. So we also ought to be heard.
You have a point, Guantai. Is Abubakar online? We hear whether he's available to take the brief.
Abubakar should be online. If he's not, I'm happy to call him and patch him through to you.
Okay, call him.
There are enough advocates. Mr. Duncan Riodi, my chairman, is an extremely competent litigator. Ms. Linda Kioe, I can name enough advocates who practice outside of Nairobi.
Okay, Guantai, could you get hold of Abubakar?
I will get hold of him.
There are 4 cases, so let's just deal with this. We'll consider Abubakar in the second case. Thank you.
Mr. President, as we wait for Mr. Abubakar, I would like to say that I'm supporting Mr. Guantai. Reason being that right now we've moved from the...
Riziki, please.
Mr. President, hear me out. 1.1 second, tafadhali.
This is what you do in the council meetings.
Watu wa course pia wapewe briefs. That's it. I'm not making any other thing. I'm addressing Mr. President. Tunaweza kazana kusonyana wenzangu. Nyamaza ndugu yangu. I'm addressing Mr. President. Una nini?
Okay, fine. We need to close this matter. The choice is between Majimbo Georgiadis and Ochiende. We will start with Majimbo. Those in favor of Majimbo.
The additional
Mr. President,
names that are being proposed.
There's a question as to a lady.
There is Moroga.
Gender balance.
Mr. President, there are ladies at the back who would like to be heard. I would request that you also listen to the young lady lawyers.
Come in front, come in front.
They are at the back.
President, kindly give me an opportunity to read the names of the proposals
thank you very
that have
much,
been made
Mr. President.
online.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I would like to propose a law firm headed by a female advocate, the firm of Bundi, Grace and Company Advocates. Grace Bundi is here.
Yes.
Hi, everyone. Grace Bundi, and thank you for proposing me. If I get the opportunity, or the brief rather, I'll give it my best.
Okay, friends, I have a proposal.
I also have a proposal.
Why don't we do this? There are 4 cases. We give 2 cases to 2 men, young lawyers. Okay? And we give 2 cases to 2 ladies, young lawyers. And then, out of those 4 cases, 2 of the lawyers must be from our country. Is that okay? Fine. So we will start with Nairobi. For Nairobi, we have...
Can it go on record the firms proposed online? We have, if I may start from the top, Manesses and Company Advocates, Adrian Kamodo Njenga, GM Gamma Advocates LLP, Brian Oganya, Christy, sorry, not that one, Juma and Company Advocates, Lumalas, Atieno and Kavere, Sawa and Company Advocates, Dungo Gashiri Advocates, Owino Konjo and Company Advocates, Matuma Gishuru and Associates, Dome and Kedogo Advocates, Mugisha and Company Advocates, Mwangi Kivinji Advocates, Chagngorok and Company Advocates, Oganya Ombo and Company Advocates.
Madam Wambua,
yes,
could we
President.
go sequentially?
Express
their
just
hold your
interest
horses.
on this particular case.
So let's appoint an advocate for E087. Do you want the contest to be between male and female, or Upcountry and Nairobi? Upcountry and Nairobi.
What about cost, Mr. President? All cost upcountry, fine. Accepted, fine. Sawa. Kama cost iko kwa upcountry, mmekubali.
We have two gentlemen, both from Nairobi. Then, of necessity, you need to give me two ladies from upcountry. Yeah, that's how I want to go with the poll. Okay, who of the ladies is interested in taking the case in Nairobi? Okay, we need to finish, friends. So for Nairobi, the choice is between Majimbo and who? What is the name of the lady? Grace Bundi. So those in favor of Majimbo say aye and raise your hands. Huh? Okay, Majimbo, we are really short of time. Or you want to withdraw from the... You want to withdraw from the procurement? Fine. Then we'll give it to her. So the resolution is moved. Wakili, come here. I need your full names. Okay, what are your full names? Bundi Grace Masese. What is the name of your farm? Okay. A resolution be and is hereby made that Bundi, Masese and Company Advocates shall act for the Law Society of Kenya in E087 of 2020 and shall file a notice of change of advocates in that regard, replacing the contested two advocates on record. Sawa sawa? Perfect. Bundi is from upcountry or Nairobi? Thank you. Let's go to number E90 of 2020. This is the case filed by Mercy Kalondo Wambua versus Nelson Harvey and others. Can we have people? This one must go to upcountry. Godric, come.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Yes.
I'm a member of Up Country Council of West Kenya branch, and I propose Mau and Company Advocates from Kisumu. It consists of young, robust lawyers who I believe can prosecute this matter.
Okay.
Yes, we will assist them.
The dominant proprietor, is it male or female? It's a mixture. Okay. Is there any other upcountry law firm, perhaps from Mombasa or from?
Mr. President, I've given instructions to give a Mombasa firm.
Okay, could you give the name?
Mr. President, we have Paula Mwenja, who is a young lawyer, even in the Young Lawyers Committee. I think she's around. Paul, yes, you have an issue with her being in the committee? No. Yes, she was on and she gave her name, but I think she had issues. But that will be the one and only proposal coming from Coast.
Okay, fine. There's no problem. We'll resolve this speedily. Godric. I move so that I get your concurrence. Either, what is the name of the firm, Maua or?
Maua and Company Advocates.
And the other one?
Paula Mwenja.
Those in favor of Maua? Those in favor of Maua? Oh, friends, don't lose interest. Those in favor of Maua as proposed by Godric? Are those in favor of, what was the name? Pauline Mwanja as proposed by Riziki?
From Coast.
Yeah, Pauline
from Mombasa,
Pauline
Mr.
Mwanja as
President.
proposed by Riziki? Oh? Yeah, Maua has it.
President, we've forgotten about our online audience.
Nani, let me run the meeting, please. Nani Godric, come here, we read the resolution. We can't run an SGM for 20 hours. What is the full names of the firm? Okay.
Why do you have the mic?
A resolution B and C hereby met. And Madam Ongua, we need to sign all these resolutions before members leave here. A resolution B and C hereby met that Maua and Company Associates be and is hereby appointed to act for the Law Society of Kenya in petition number E090 of 2020, Mercy Kalondu Wambua versus Nelson Harvey and others, and to file a notice of change of advocates from the two contested advocates currently on record. It's hereby determined. Now we're going to the third case, Gada Guko versus Nelson Harvey. So we have filled two slots, both male and female, Nairobi and upcountry, isn't it? Okay. So who proposes an advocate to Kibrono, aka Mulmulwas? Take a mic.
Mr. President.
Propose somebody.
Yes, my name is Collins Kiprono. Your Honor, I propose Mr. President Otwal and Mano Associates, and particularly Mano Osea. No, you will vote, relax. Mr. Mano Osea, as someone has clearly indicated that he only has 2 practicing certificates, so Your Honor, I propose Mano Osea.
Okay. Fine. Who else? Christy, you had vehement opposition. Do you have somebody else you want to propose? Fine.
Lago and Erika, she's a lady from Mombasa, so I propose. Lucy Mulago.
Okay.
Yeah,
Fine,
Lucia
fine.
Mulago. So Mulago and Erika from Mombasa.
Very well. So we have male and female. We have Nairobi and upcountry stroke Mombasa. Is that okay? Yes. Fine. Those in favor of Mulagwa? Mulagwa proposed by Tess Wavinya and Christy Mideva. My son Manuel, just let the lady take this one. Okay, we will make the resolution. Come and give me the full names. Okay. A resolution B and is hereby made that Mulagwa and Arika be and is hereby appointed. Give the details to the Secretariat. Mulagwa and Arika be and is hereby appointed to act for the Law Society of Kenya in judicial review application number E1146 of 2020, Gad Daguko versus Nelson Harvey and others. It is hereby resolved. Let's close with the last case. No, we're going to the last case. E1100 Aled Wayaki Gishui versus Law Society of Kenya. I want us to confirm whether we've balanced gender and region. I'm getting proposals only, so don't squander that opportunity. Are you proposing an advocate? Are you? Huh? Okay. Kirimi Gwantai has proposed Abubakar. Okay. Nani mshefa wasemaje bwana? Kabati?
Kabati is not here.
Sorry. Okay.
But I can call him if you want to.
No, Etemesi,
I propose the firm of Kitchen and Kitchen. He's a young advocate, admitted in 2018, and is capable of handling the brief as well.
You said Kitten and Kitten?
Yes, he's actually here.
He hasn't become a cat yet.
Lsk-Sgm is here. He's a partner in that firm.
Okay, fine.
Yes.
It's from Nairobi.
It's from Nairobi, Mr.
And
President.
we have Abubakar. I can see a lady there raising her hand. Could I speak to her? I'm told we already have two ladies, so ladies are disqualified. Confirm to me if I'm wrong.
Okay. I propose Biko Ashioya from Ashioya Mogera and Katha.
So we have Biko and Abubakar. Biko from Nairobi, Abubakar from upcountry. Those in favor of Ashioya, Biko? Those in favor of Ashioya, Biko, say aye and raise your hands. Those in favor of Abubakar, say aye and raise your hands up. Ashioya has it. It's hereby resolved. Yeah, my good friend, could you come and give me the full names of the firm? No, you're not yet president. So you'll use the microphone for the lesser mortals. Hey, who is this sabotaging Ashioya? Huyu ndiye jamaa amefanya tukakuwa na kesi leo kutini. Oh, sorry. Go on.
Ashioya Mogire and Katha Advocates is the firm, and my name is Ashioya Biko.
Perfect.
Yes.
So a resolution B and is hereby made that Ashioya Mogire and company advocates be and is hereby appointed to act for the Law Society of Kenya in judicial review application number E1100 of 2020, Allen Wayaki Gishui versus Law Society of Kenya and another. and to file a notice of change of advocate from the disputed set of 2 advocates currently on record. It is hereby decided. Sawa, we will now proceed to take the motions. We will take the motions in the order in which they were filed. There is a motion dated the 22nd of December 2020. Who moves this motion? Okay. Could somebody bring the mover motion?
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon, members. I'm Ms. Ringera Helen, member number 12685 of 2016. I'm here to move a motion dated 22nd December addressing decision making at the Law Society of Kenya and waiver of CPD requirement for the year 2021 practicing certificate. The motion was filed and served online on the 22nd of December, and it was served upon the Secretariat emails, and later on also served physically here at the office on June 5th when it was received. January 5th, 2021, when they resumed office, and the motion has 9 resolutions supported by 8 grounds, and I believe it has been circulated to the members, and I stand here to move it on behalf of myself and 11 others who undersigned on the motion, and I'd like to acknowledge their names as my seconders, I believe. Munzala Javier, Jamlek Murithi Mwenda, Muli Sylvester Mbidi, Eunice Njeringanga, Felix Mokaya Omonyo, Dagaye Moses, Moses Masoila Loveto, Otieno Okoth Philip, Majimbo Georgiadis, Aoko Otieno, Manua Hosea. I'd like to appreciate and acknowledge the fact that after we served this motion, the CPD committee, the president, and whoever else is involved arranging the CPDs have actually they have provided free CPD events on live webinars. I hope you take advantage of that. They're still ongoing, and I would like this motion to be adopted by the members on the face of it as it is in its entirety. Thank you.
Okay, I think we will take interventions. Yeah, we will start with you, Dr. I know you are in a hurry. I think we limit it to 3.
Mr. President, Aluso Ingati here. I would like to speak to this motion because I am mentioned expressly as an individual. And I had also raised the same during the last council meeting we had, and I had given my reasons on that email and also shared my
It's okay, Aluso, I think you have a point.
Thank
Perhaps
you,
we
President.
allow Madam Aluso to respond before we take 3 interventions physically and 3 interventions online. Is that okay? Sifuna, are you in the house? You just come for lunch, eh? Okay, fine. Madam Aluso, the mouth is yours.
Thank you, President. I had submitted this document to the council email, and I had requested for the CEO to put it on record in the event we'll have this conversation. So I would require that it be projected for all the members to have a look at the document I'm making reference to, and also because the motion that is being moved by my learned colleague Helen has been sent to all the members of the society. So kindly, Madam CEO, please project the notice of preliminary objection signed by myself and dated 13th January 2021, served upon the society and the movers of a motion on 14th January 2021. Thank you. Sorry.
Madam Ombua, enable the sharing for Aluso's motion, notice of preliminary objection.
The sharing is on progress.
Madam Aluso, why don't you just submit as we share?
It is important that it is shared because we have members who are attending this meeting online. They do not have that document, and I believe it is my right to have that document projected for everyone to have a look at it. Thank you.
Fine. As we look for is there any other council member who wants to speak on that motion?
President, perhaps I could say something. There's clause number 6, which is fairly drastic. It is more serious than life imprisonment.
Yes, Bernard.
Motion number 6, clause number 6 says a special resolution B, and is hereby passed by members that Mr. Bernard Kipngetich be barred from running in any of the Law Society of Kenya elections in the future for purporting to chair council meetings when there is a substantive president in office and without his authority, thereby embarrassing himself and the profession. I think this is more serious than capital punishment. Do I respond to it, Mr. President?
Yeah. You must be heard, Bernard.
Thank you very much. Members, I have served the society before as a council member, vice chair, and chair of the Rift Valley Law Society. I'm very measured. I'm also serving you second term as a council member upcountry. All those people who've served with me would tell you that I make very reasoned decisions. I am very measured, and I always have the very best interests of the society. When there is a vacuum, as there was on the 16th of October 2020, the president of the Law Society stormed out of a council meeting. You know, when the president storms out and the vice president has gone to look for him and is not coming back, the vice president has taken about 40 minutes. Those who remain would require leadership. And they looked around and they thought that I was the proper person to offer leadership. What do you do when you are the senior most in the house? Leadership is required. I offered leadership, which I do not have regrets having offered. And I had no intention whatsoever of breaking the ship. What I just did was to offer leadership, chaired the meeting. Decisions was made by the members. A chairperson doesn't make decisions, so that is what has happened. And I was prompted by members, you know, to chair a meeting when the president and the vice president are not there. You chair at with their consent. And fundamentally, when you look at Regulation 76, Mr. Mbithi and team, I know you do not mean to harm me. I should have been given notice. At least even your dog where I come from, before you put your dog through the process of execution, you must get some young boys to execute it. You don't execute your dog, even though it has gone rabid, even if it is mauling chicken and chicks, even if it has taken to bolting down eggs. So I should have been given notice 14 days to today. I was served with notice, I think on the 11th of January 2020. So if such a thing was to be discussed, and I am barred in perpetuity from contesting elections, you would have violated the very principles that we stand for: fairness, due process, and our very own Regulation 76. And then, ladies and gentlemen, you know we've had some fights as council. If you picked Kipkoech and barred him, and those who put him to chair the meeting are exempted, I think we would be applying double standards. And then again, assuming there was a mistake, which I don't think it was, I think this punishment is too drastic. Because in perpetuity means even when I've met my maker, if there's going to be a law society in heaven, I cannot still run. Thank you very much, President.
No. Just hold on. Let's take Aluso. Aluso,
Yes,
if
President.
you could prosecute your POs quickly.
Thank you, President. So I refer to the motion moved by Munzala Lumili Javier, P1057432/09, Helen Ringera, P105-12685/16, Jamlik Morithi Mwenda, P105-15880/19, Muli Sylvester Mbithi, P105-9563/12, Eunice Njeri Nganga, P105-15901/19, Felix Mokaya Omoyo, P105-15843/19, Dagai Moses, P105-18224/20, Moses Masolia Loveto, P105-13249/16, Otieno Okoth Philip, P105-183/20, Majimbo A. Georgiadis, 14133/17, my learned senior, Aoko Masi Otieno, P105-4919/02, and Onsomu Jose Amanwa, P105-14535/18. I served this notice of preliminary objection for the reason that various legal provisions were not complied with by the movers of a motion, and my rights as a Kenyan under the Constitution, as a member of a society, and also as a council member of this society, have been infringed upon. Article 52A of the Constitution has been infringed upon. The document is on the screen. You can have a look at what the content of a said provision of a law. Section 22(1) and 2 of the LSK Act, which provides for the grounds of removal from office of a president, vice president, and a member of a council, which I am a member of a council, have not been complied with. And just for emphasis, the grounds for removal are inability to perform the functions of office from mental and physical infirmity. That has not been proven by anyone on this floor or in the council. Suspension or expulsion is provided under the Act. The same has not been proven by anyone on this floor, online or in council. Bankruptcy, this has also not been proven by anyone. Failure to attend 4 consecutive council meetings without reasonable grounds acceptable to the council. To my recollection, I have missed 1 or 2 council meetings on the maximum. Most fundamentally, Section 22B says that I should be given an opportunity to put on a defense against any allegations, either in person or through an advocate. That opportunity was not availed to me. As at the day I received this motion, as was sent to the council by the CEO, my advocate was not available. He was unwell. He would have been here to prosecute this on my behalf. Regulation 76(6) of the LSK General Regulations 2020 states that the motion must not be in contravention of a constitution or legislation unless the motion seeks to recommend an amendment of a constitution or that legislation. That is self-explanatory. I do not need to go into the explanation of it. The provisions of Regulation 76(7) of the regulations have also been infringed upon. and it says that where a motion directly refers to or affects a member, I am a member of this society, the mover of a motion, being the 12 that I mentioned at the beginning, shall upon lodging the notice of motion serve upon the affected member in person or by electronic mail. That did not happen. I am hearing on the floor as submitted by my learned colleague, Ms. Helen Ringera, that this motion was served on 22nd of December. It came to my attention on, I think, 12th of January or thereabouts. So a copy of a notice of motion at least 14 days, that has not happened. So this notice of motion is bad in law, misconceived, and fails to meet the requisite legal threshold, thus rendering it fatally defective. And lastly, the motion talks about a declaration of nullity of meetings purportedly passed or adopted by council members during meetings that are not called by the president or on his delegated authority in writing, and that basically for those two meetings, because there's been an issue about some meetings, that an ordinary meeting that was held on 19th of November, we have meetings every second Monday of each month, as was set by this council at the beginning of our term. Now, these meetings that are being sought to be declared null and void, approved applications from members under section 25(1)A, some of whom have actually signed the roll. These members are Nicholas Kibiwot Chesire, P105 10482/14, Lillian Nyagaki Maina, P105 3750/98, Esther Hasoha Samita, P105 12704/16, Moses Katua Muinde.
Madam Aluso, just a minute.
President, please allow me to finish.
Yeah, that's a valid concern.
Okay, I am winding up, President.
And in any event, the fact of the action taken is not disputed. So, and you say
President,
you're raising a PO. A PO is
the
on a point
motion
of law.
seeks to nullify these meetings that approved 160 applications from members.
Okay, wind up.
Thank you, President. So all these 160 members, I would like to read them out for the record of this meeting. President?
No. You will not do that.
President?
You will not do that.
Okay, in the alternative then, President, I would like
that.
for the CEO to project this document on the screen for the information of members. President, I need your approval for that to happen.
No, denied.
Okay, noted with thanks, but let it go on record that 160 applications from members were approved under section 25(1)A of
That's
the
okay.
LSK Act.
Aluso,
Thank you.
We
And
go to court every day. We are given 5 minutes by the Supreme Court.
President,
You need
I
to
am
learn
winding
how
up.
to summarize your submissions.
Thank you, President. So on that basis, I am objecting to the discussion of this motion insofar as it touches on me as a member of this society and also a member of the Council of the Law Society of Kenya, and by extension, the other members of the council mentioned therein.
I think
Thank you,
Senior wants to
President.
go away. We can take your intervention so that we allow you to go. Senior Kenyariri.
Yeah, there's something small I want to touch, which my student was talking about. And there's a webinar tomorrow, which I request everybody to attend, is professional ethics. And I want you to note that you cannot qualify for a practicing certificate if all your webinars are free. Note that. So that in as much as you're having free webinars, ensure to pay for some. Otherwise, the registrar will not give you. That's all. Bye-bye. And there's something I want to say. Just a minute. Mr. President, there's something I request you to do. You seem to be having influence on this young generation, and there's something I request you to do. Just talk to them on how to behave when something very serious is being discussed.
I will not guarantee you security if you start belittling your colleagues here. Please, I can assure you that. I needed to allow him to speak because I thought he wanted to leave. Is there any other council member who has an intervention to make?
Mr. President?
Yes, go on, Riziki. And make it short, 2 minutes.
Yes, short and sweet, like myself. Now, Ms. Ringara, asante sana kwa nini yako. But the way we present ni kama sahani na pojo, but you've not told members ina mawe ndani. So you may couch the CPD, free CPDs, bila telling members kwamba kuna vipengele hapo ndani ambao unataka kutuondoa. Haina neno kuna maisha bila after this. Now you have to understand, Ms. Ringera, even in fact sisi ndio inafaa tutuzwe because when there was fighting na all that, the members ambao walisimama kidete na wakaendelea na kazi now 8 council members. So sioni mambo ya kutolewa yanatokea wapi, but if members wataongea pia sawa, we'll go back and be members kama nyinyi.
Thank you.
Thank
Any
you.
other council member? King George.
Thank you, Omukulundu. I've looked at the motion as presented by my colleague Ringera, and it will be clear from the onset that it ought to have been brought before council within a particular timeline. But be that as it may, it is before council. I mean, it's before the SGM for consideration. What I'd want to urge members present is that the motions as drafted are also a subject of a council resolution. So while we shall still be voting on these particular motions, it is good to know at the back of your minds that council passed a majority resolution that it should not be discussed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there any council member who wants to speak? Or Faith of the Ambo, make it 2 minutes.
On my part, I'd like to say I sent an appeal to Mercy, but I don't think it was presented to the membership, but please, as with me, the basis is the same as the issues raised by Aluso Ingati. And I would like to say this, if even we have to be put under trial, I think due process must be adhered to. We have locked out the membership of the Law Society of Kenya from voting on these issues, and therefore I do not feel that as constituted, that the physical members who are present constitute the membership of the Law Society of Kenya. We have locked out a majority of the members who are online and who are voted for by all the members of the Law Society. Were not voted by a few present members. And therefore, if we have to be put on trial, a fair trial ought to and should be granted to all the council members on the issues raised. And I also raise concern with the 160 members that will be affected. The law is clear. When the president fails to attend a meeting, what happens? Or when the president walks out of a meeting, what happens? We did what is right for the members, and will, if granted an opportunity to continue serving, we will continue serving members and not personal interests. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Yes, Mr. President.
Madam Rosalyn Odede.
Thank you, President.
2 minutes.
Members, I would probably raise issues of legality, due process, because those issues do exist as raised by Aluso. But I don't want to go into the legality of issues or otherwise. I want to say that this Law Society of Kenya is our society. It is our brand, and it is our duty to protect it fiercely. And I want to say this, I've served in several councils of the Law Society of Kenya. But what we have now as a council of the Law Society of Kenya is shameful. What we have going on is just not practical. It's not even ethical to continue to serve in the office of the council of this Law Society the way things are. It's a very toxic space that we occupy at that council. We have meetings that are almost a replica of what we had here today. We have meetings that we don't listen to each other, we don't work together. And to be honest, I'm tired. I'm ready to go home. I wish to resign, really, because we are not working for the membership. And I think it's just right that we probably all bow out and allow the members to come in with a new caretaker committee to take over this.
Are you tendering your
society of
resignation so that I move the necessary resolution? Are you tendering your resignation?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I resign. Thank you. It's shameful for us to continue in this manner. It is wrong. It's a sham. We are not serving members. It's I don't know, and it's a very toxic space. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, a resolution be and hereby moved that Roslyn Odede resigned as a member of the council representing the category of over 25 years in practice. Do you accept the resignation? Yes. Fine. Madam Wambua, minute the resolution. Get ready, we'll need to vote in somebody to occupy that office. The law abhors an interregnum. Is there any other council member before we take interventions? Madam Mudeu?
Yes, President. On this issue of motions, first of all, it's important to inform the members that all these motions were brought before council. We looked at them and they do not comply with the regulations because if motions are... Okay, you will just let me speak, then you will speak. Okay, regulation, I'm going to rely on regulation 74 and regulation 76 of the Law Society of Kenya regulations. That regulations have to be brought before the council, or rather the secretariat, 21 days before the SGM. That was not done. That is regulation 76, 1. Secondly, listen to me. Muzala, you will stop interrupting me. Secondly, I would like to state that Section 22 of the Law Society of Kenya Act is very clear on the grounds upon which a council may be suspended, or a council member, the president or the vice president, may be removed, suspended from office. Further, I would like to rely on regulation 76(7) of the regulations that service ought to have been done 14 days to me before this motion is discussed. That has not been done. So,
Mr. President, please take charge.
So, Mr. President, when I'm speaking, you're not taking charge, so that you let me speak.
Please let Mudeu speak.
I would also like to say that I was elected to office by more than 3,000 members, some of which are attending this meeting online, and even before these motions were allowed, a poll was not taken on that. So I would like to raise it as an irregularity. So, I am a council member. I am also a member of the Law Society of Kenya, Mr. Muzala. So I would request the members present who have continuously been booing at me, request you members to respect me as your representative.
Mr. President, there's a council member. There's a council member who is on the floor, and kindly protect council member.
Let's be civil. Let Mudeu finish.
Yes, I don't understand it, Mr. President, when you don't stop them from interfering when I'm speaking. Because, Bibi, only 300 members are here present, and I would request, Mr. President, that the members who are attending this SGM online to be granted a chance to take a vote on this particular issue.
I say something? Mr. Muzala, you may keep interfering with what I'm saying, but I know what I'm saying. The quorum of this meeting has been formed because we have more than 2,500 members who are online. So, Mr. President, I would request, even before these motions are discussed, let those members, let a poll be taken, let a question be posed on those members, and let a vote be taken. Thank you.
Let the people online vote.
Okay,
Let
fine.
us vote.
I think, is there anybody else who want to speak? No, we are finishing with the council members.
Would I speak, Mr. President?
No, you are not a council member. When did you become a council member?
Having we voted you, please stop with the charade. I've
Who
been
is
asking
that?
to speak since morning, and you have constantly
No,
ignored
please
my
mute
voice.
her.
Would I say something on this
You will
matter?
mind your language, Linda Bonyo.
No, I'm
You will
speaking
mind your
to her.
language.
Give me
You
an
will
opportunity
mind
to
your
speak.
language. Is there any other council member who wanted to speak?
Yes, I did, Mr. President.
Linda, go on.
Yes, my name is Linda Kinyiki, once again an up-country representative.
We want to vote.
I have read the motion. I acknowledge it. Also, as reading it, I acknowledge the supremacy of members and that the voice of the people is actually the voice of God. But with that, I also refer to Regulation 76(7). Grave allegations have been made. All I request for, the law provides that I be given at least 14 days so that I can put in my word. That's all I request. I was never given that chance. This motion was served upon us on the 15th of January by the CEO. So my point is on a point of order. If members deem it fit that we should not sit it in council, let it be, and we shall go. But kindly give us an opportunity to defend the positions that we took.
Friends, order. Is there any other council member? We need to close from the council member so that we take interventions. Is there any other council member who wants to speak? Wameisha? Fine.
Mr. President, in addition to the submissions that I made in the morning, in the event that this motion is being considered in its totality, in addition to the submissions that I made in the morning, in the event that this motion is being considered in totality, what I had been submitted is the issue of CPD. In the event that it's been considered in totality, I would like to make reference to number 2, which specifically touches on me, and it's alleged that Mr. Nelson Avis, the president of the Law Society of Kenya, official email address has been deleted let me just read. A special resolution be and is hereby passed by members that disciplinary and legal action be taken immediately against Mercy Kalondu Wambua advocate for deleting and or sanctioning the deletion of the president's official email address and all information thereto. A communication be made to members within 14 days of passing the resolution hearing on the status and integrity of the information recovered, and that the president's official email address has been restated and working. 1, I would like it to go on record that this particular item falling under this particular motion, in addition to my submissions in the morning, in terms of the agenda of this special general meeting, this motion not forming an agenda, I would like it to go on record that I have not been given an opportunity to respond to these allegations against the rule of law and administration of justice. I would like it to go on record that the president's official email address has not been deleted. Thank you.
Thank you, friends. We are on course, don't worry. Before we take interventions, there is a supervening event that we need to make a resolution on. Under Regulation 23 of the regulations, if a vacancy occurs in the office of the President, Vice President, or any other member of the Council, The Secretary shall within 14 days declare a vacancy, and the election to fill the vacancy shall be held within 90 days from the date of declaration of the vacancy, and the procedure provided for elections shall apply with necessary modifications. Now, following the resignation of Council Member Roslyn Odede, we need to make a resolution that an election be held, and I propose the election be held on the 25th of March, together with the other elections. We're going sequentially.
Can we stay on one matter?
Could you mute Linda Bonyo? And I will not
Could I
give...
speak? Why won't you give me an...
Linda Bonyo, could you hold your peace? Madam Wambua, you will mute her until I give her the permission to speak. What are your views? Do we hold an election on 25th together with this one? Yes. Fine. I think we don't need even acclamation of hands. So, Madam Wambua, resolution be and is hereby made. George, you will hold your host.
Mr. President, again, subject it to a poll.
There is a vacancy. Why do we need a poll?
We are asking for a poll. We are asking people online are asking.
Mr. President.
Okay, Madam Wambua, minutes the resolution. A resolution be and is hereby made that the election of the council member
representing the first president of the Law Society. Mutua did this and he's out. And soon you will be out.
Could you mute that
the 2,000 members were online.
No, Mercy, I will not countenance this interference any further. If you continue with this, I will ask you walk out, we elect a secretary to chair to record the proceedings.
Give us a poll. That is what we are asking for. Give us a poll.
Mercy, that's the last warning I'm giving you. A resolution be and is hereby made that the election of member of the council representing the category of 25 years and above shall be held on the 25th of March 2021, together with the elections of the society's female member representative to the JSC and the members to the Advocates Disciplinary Committee, and nominations for the same be invited forthwith. Let's go back to the interventions. We had agreed we'll take.
Mr. President, this is Beth. My apologies.
No, Beth.
Mr. President, I have to put something on record. I take great exception on how you speak to the CEO. I also take great exception on how you continue to mute Linda. How is she being disruptive?
Okay, fine.
You can decide to mute the members online, but remember they are the majority.
Okay, fine. We'll take interventions from 3 members here and 3 members online. Online, we'll start with Linda Bonyo. Will you enable Linda Bonyo to make a representation on the issue at hand? And your representations must be limited to 2 minutes. Linda Bonyo.
Was this, that one, we have been asking you from the beginning that let every decision be verifiable. We're simply asking for a poll. I have done a Zoom event before on a webinar. It takes 1 minute to set up a poll. We have asked to vote, and on various issues, it's the crowd at Gitanga that have had their way. This is very unfortunate. Number 2, I have asked that we stay on a course. That if we are dealing on one particular motion, let the motion be clear, and then we pass it and get to the very end. The third issue is that by sidelining the online people who have attended virtually, you are actually just going for people who are in the room which is very obvious, President, that they are for you, and that's not necessary. We had the annual general meeting.
Linda, but that's the reason why you're speaking. So your own testimony dissuades the
third issue that I want to raise that should be minuted is, as we appointed the council on record for the various matters for the Law Society, it is obvious to everyone that you appear on all these particular cases except the Allen case. You should have absolved yourself from discussing that particular matter.
Okay, you're out of order. Mute her. Mute her. We are specific on the issue we're discussing now. It is this motion. So if you are going to deliberate other issues not set out here, don't raise your hand. And if you want to speak, you must speak on this motion. We will take Alex Gatundu. You have 2 minutes, Gatundu. And get ready. We balance the agenda. I need... okay. After Gatundu, I will take Mbithi and Christy, and that will be the closure of this issue. You have a right of reply. Yeah, you have a right of reply.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President.
No, we have had enough of interferences.
The opportunity. One, the motion as they have been set out, or the motion itself is against Article 47 of the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya, and it is very important for us to make sure that whatever deliberations and resolutions that we make, they must pass test of, one, the Constitution, secondly, the law. Now, the fair administrative action is a right under the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya, and in fact, there is an operationalization statute, FAA. We are going to violate it if we do not act and resolve in accordance with the rights of all these people, including the president himself, because there's a motion on him. So we must make sure that, one, anything to do with or any procedure that is supposed to be followed in relation to service of notice to the person who is affected must be followed strictly. Any timelines that are specified, they must be respected, and we must make sure that those timelines are also we act in accordance with that. The movers of the motion ought to have served them in person on the persons affected. There is testimony by all the persons involved or affected that they were not served. So you can see, even if we make a resolution here, ladies and gentlemen, if those resolutions are taken to court and charged, it will be a walkover. Do we really want to head that direction?
No, Alex.
So finally,
just a minute.
Finally, please let me finish.
We are lawyers here. Don't threaten us with court action. What else do? We don't own butcheries.
Yes. That's what the most reason why I'm saying that let us make sure that we do not. No motion is supposed to violate the Constitution. Article 47 will be violated. We need to give these council members time and opportunity to defend themselves.
Yeah, give Mbithi the microphone. I can't see you, Chief. I can't see you. Can't see far. As Mbithi speaks, get me 2 more people online. Mbithi, go on.
Thank you, Mr. President.
2 minutes.
I'll address several issues raised by Aluso.
2 minutes, Mbithi. 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Thank you. I'll address issues raised by Kikoech, Aluso, and Mudeu. The first issue is the issue of service. I want to confirm that I served the CEO on 22nd of December at 6 p.m. Mercy Wambua is the secretary of the council and is also the secretary of the members. If you read section 16.3, she is the secretary of the membership when we meet in a general meeting.
Which day did you just state?
On 22nd, what time is it from the document? And I copied the president. I copied all the movers of the motion in that
December
2020.
2020, the office was closed.
Yes, I'm going there. Thank you very much. It was through your official email. And Mercy, you know that online service is acceptable even today. So the other thing is the communication that came from the secretariat, even to our emails, that they were supposed to close on 23rd December. We went there on 22nd only to find a notice at the gate that they closed on 18th of December. But that's not an issue. The issue is, if we served it online, we copied the president, we copied.
The notice said
Second,
18.
wait.
Madam Wambua, please let
Then,
finish his submissions.
Personally, I can confirm I am a member of several WhatsApp groups where advocates are. I circulated that motion online through WhatsApp. I also circulated on Facebook, and my members circulated. Those that moved that motion and seconded, circulated. The issue of fair hearing is my second. What we are seeking to do is to suspend, not to impeach. So the grounds set out in section 20, is it 2 or 3? Do not hold water. The other issue is the issue of the legal threshold my friend Gatundu is talking about. You see, Gatundu, you are not a court. If you come here and say this motion does not meet the legal threshold, and I say it meets the legal threshold, for my own interpretation of the law, you are not the one to decide whether the motion meets the legal threshold. About the meetings that we seek to be nullified, I think that's the first or second resolution. Our position is that meetings of the council are chaired by the president. So if the president is not aware, I'm aware they even called a meeting without the president called a meeting and they failed to attend. The other one that was called by Kipkoech, they attended. So in short, they are forming their own council. They avoid the meetings called by the president. Lastly, I heard what Kipkoech said regarding the resolution number 6, which attacks him specifically, and which he says it is unfair to say that he's going to be attacked alone and leave the rest yet there. I agree. And my proposal is that we address the issue of suspension of the entire council. We leave the issue of barring Mr. Kipkoech. I rest. Thank you.
Just a minute. Before Christy speaks, Mbithi has moved to amend that motion. Is there anybody who proposes to amend that motion? Father. Who seconds the amendment to remove item number 6? Okay, the motion is amended accordingly, so item number 6 will be excluded henceforth. Fine. Christy?
President, I stand to speak to probably just question or rather interrogate what some of the council members, especially Luso, raised, saying that she was not served. I mean, she was not aware of this motion until maybe about the 11th or 5th, something of the sort, or even Mercy herself. But now maybe I will refer them to a decision by the court, yeah? And that was the decision of...
Just a minute, Madam Christie. I don't know whether Madam Wambua, you noted the person who seconded the amendment by Mbithi.
No.
She's incompetent. It's okay, it's okay.
Did the person speak out and give their names? Thank you. At least you've confirmed that you did not in the initial stages.
Okay, Madam Christie, you can go on.
And of course, I wanted to refer them to the decision of Basil Kritokos versus Attorney General and 8 others. And this is a 2012 decision. And I hoped you guys had read it before raising your appeal. So, and this was also Justice Lenaola who tried to also use it, yeah? And he says that the law has changed. And as it stands today, knowledge supersedes personal service, where a party clearly acts and shows that he had knowledge of a court order, the strict requirement that personal service must be proved is rendered unnecessary. So, and I mean when we use a court order, I mean do not interpret it in the, you're almost probably going to give it a literal interpretation, yeah? The court order can also be used, when we are talking about the pleadings, again, I will refer you to that case. So, I mean, as long as you are aware about this particular pleadings or rather motion, and they were served through an online platform, then it stands. Yeah. So, yeah, try another.
Thank you, Madam Christie. I think we have exhausted the 3 speakers here, haven't we?
Mr. President, may I just say something? My hand has been up.
Give that gentleman,
Mr. President, my hand has been up for quite long, even before Christie.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, I'm Keremi Justin.
So I'm here just to put some things clear. Mr. President, thanks for the opportunity. We are the members and the power belongs to us. We cannot waste more time debating on Ngetich telling us there is no divisions in the LSK. Everything that they are saying doesn't concern us anymore. We gave them time. The best we can do is to vote them out. Yes. If they have any other legal problem that they think was not followed, they can go to court, but we must allow our president to work peacefully. The divisions in the council, they've made our society to look like we lawyers, we don't have a stud, we cannot understand ourselves, we cannot have a point, because the 8, Aluso must go, Mudeu must go. It is so unfortunate. I'm disappointed. We elected the president, a CEO, not elected by anyone, being paid from our money, coming here to disrespect the president. She must go. She is incompetent. She cannot even take notes of the persons talking here. She must go. And we must start with our president. The executive will try to divide our council, and that is why we as LSK, we shall never have a point because of divisions by these incompetent people, incompetent council members, and at all, I have heard Council Mudeu say that she was voted by 3,000 members. We are the members. We are the supreme people. We have to tell them they must go home, and our president must be respected, and we as a council, we must have a voice. Mudeu must go.
Mr. President, allow me to also speak, kindly.
Now we take the people online.
No, Mr. President, my hand has been up. The gentleman just spoke after I heard the mic.
Hand over the mic.
Mr. President, I will not hand over the mic. I'm also a member just like any other. Mr. President, I will not hand over the mic. I will not hand it over.
Madam,
I'm a member just like any other.
Three people from online. No, two.
Yes, even your own supporters are saying that I need to speak.
Nani, take the mic from him.
No.
Take the mic from him.
I will not hand it over. Mr. President.
Take the mic from him.
Mr. President, you are clear that whatever we have before...
We don't have time.
Whatever we have before the members today is a motion to impeach other... Yes, I can use them here. I'm a member just like any other. I'm a member just like any other. You spoke. Since morning I've been raising my hand. I'm not being given a chance. I have to force my way.
Okay, friends.
So I have to
now that you have the mic, make it brief. 1 minute.
Let me make it brief. There is a motion, the motion which...
And surrender the council members' mic, use the civilians' mic. They need to respect lawful authority.
Mr. President, there is a motion. The motion currently is seeking to impeach 8 members of the council. There is also another motion dated 8th of January, whereupon I'm seeking to impeach the president. Whichever the case. Yes, whichever the case. You spoke, I did not interrupt you.
I surrender the microphone.
No, Mr. President, no way. I've not yet made my point. I've not made my point. Your groups are heckling at me. Your groups are heckling at me, and then you counter it as my time. Cannot happen.
Go and take the microphone.
No, let me make my point, Mr. President. If these are members' meeting, let me contribute.
We'll reach that motion. We haven't reached it
No,
yet.
Wait and get my point. My point is, there is no way, as the president, who is having an impeachment motion pending against yourself, which has arisen out of the fights within the council, you preside over another motion seeking to suspend members of the council. You therefore have to step aside, and the VP should chair the meeting. Yes, no, what I'm suggesting is, it is like a hyena presiding over the
Give him time to finish.
of a goat.
Go ahead and finish it. Give him time to finish.
Yes, so my point is...
Thank you,
Mr.
we have
President.
understood you. It's okay. Hand over the mic.
But you just said I finish. Mr. President, this is not how we should run the Law Society of Kenya. This is not how we should run the Law Society of Kenya.
Okay,
this
fine.
is not. So does it mean other people's opinions will not count? Then why do we have an Lsk meeting? No way. No, I will not agree to be bullied. My opinion must count. Let the president step aside, the VP to preside over the motion.
Okay.
Don't you, actually, in that event, when we use that, then we should actually have either the CEO or a senior member of the bar preside over the meeting. There are impeachment motions. There are impeachment motions against all members. So let a sober member come and preside over the impeachment motions. Yes, I am. I'm very sober.
Okay, let me give somebody online. Julius Chanana. Julius Chanana. Madam Mercy Wambua, enable Julius Chanana to speak.
He's enabled.
And then after Julius Chanana, we'll take Samuel Ogeto, and then what's her name? Helen Regera. You have the right of reply. After those two, then we'll put it. We'll put it to the floor. Are we able to get those people online? Are you online? Did we get, what's the name? Who were we given the microphone to speak? Madam Wambua, online? Samuel Ogeto?
Samuel Ogeto?
Samuel Ogeto? Okay, are we satisfied that I've given the online members an opportunity and they have not exercised it? Okay, can I take the colleague who is here? I don't know what your name is. Introduce yourself and go. Give her the microphone.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Joaquin Bosche, number 11632/2015. And thank you very much, colleagues. And for this, I was actually online until I realized the people online were not being given an opportunity. And I ran very fast to come here. Mr. President, I wish to move to amend the motion, given what we have seen here today, even as some members were speaking and they were not being able to be given an opportunity. I move to amend.
Madam Bosche?
I move to amend.
No. If we are advocates, we are supposed to go in a particular pattern. All of you are taking the microphone to lament you've not been given an opportunity to speak. What are you doing if not speaking?
Moving to amend. I therefore, Mr. President, move to amend the motion.
Move to amend.
To actually provide that all members of council be impeached and whatever it is that motion was saying, if it's suspension, all of them, with the exception of none of them,
let them go home, let us have a caretaker council, and then we can have the election that has been proposed for March for all members of council.
There is another motion to that effect,
Thank
so you're
you very
overruled.
much. We support that motion. Go home.
Helen, your right of reply.
And we call for a poll.
Ringera, Helen, reply, make it quick, and then we put it to the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. You see, one thing I've noticed here is some people take time to read, but they do not comprehend. This is not an impeachment resolution. Number 4 and 5, this is what it clearly says from the onset. A special resolution be and is hereby passed by members that disciplinary and legal action be taken immediately against the entire council. That is within our realm as members to request for disciplinary action against you. We have clearly seen even the conduct you display. Number 5 is to suspend, not to impeach. So you took your time, you did your research, but it's not holding water, I'm sorry. On the issue of constitutionality, we have already addressed that. Make an application to court, let them decide whether it's constitutional or not, then we'll move forward from there. The other issue was, okay, Bernard, to share handshake with you, so that's fine. I think the issue of service, we're not going to really dwell on it. Christine made an elaborate presentation there, and the fact that Mercy Kalondo did not, we served the secretariat, okay? You guys are part of that, right? The fact that you are not given this document just speaks to the ineffectiveness of this office. And I personally came and submitted these documents here, and they were stamped and received to be given to all of you so that you comprehend and you have enough time to put your case forward. I won't even waste a lot of time. Thank you.
Madam Ringera, under Regulation 81E, you need now to put. So you need to put the items to the floor. Which are the items you put? Just enumerate 1, 2, 3. Put them to the floor. Then I will call for a decision through a show of hands. So you need to move it.
Just come again, President, please.
Under Regulation 81E, the mover of the motion shall move that the motion be put now. And then I will proceed.
Regulation 81E, thank you, Mr. President. The mover of a motion shall move, 1, that the question be now put, 2, that either the meeting or debate be adjourned, or 3, that the meeting proceeds to the next business, provided that he or she may speak for not more than 5 minutes.
Okay, we've heard you. Can you just move? Move that it be put now.
I move that this motion be put now.
Thank you.
Members.
So I will, in accordance with the power given to me under Regulation 82, sub-regulation 1 and 2, take a decision from the members by a show of hands. Those in favor of the motion sailing through in the manner amended, say aye. Aye. You will also raise your hands both physically and virtually. Madam Mambo, if you could project the hands, project the hands. We will follow the hands online for 1 minute. Mercy, could you project the show of hands? We can't see it. Perhaps you move the screen towards the left. The ayes have it.
Mr. President, Aluso Ingati here. Mr. President, Aluso Ingati here.
There, Madam. The next motion is the
Mr.
one.
President, I'm speaking to the motion that has just passed, Mr. President.
The motion dated
and seeing
January
that I have been
2021.
suspended from council,
Buko.
Mr. President, I require to be given a signed resolution to this effect, and also the proceedings of this meeting today. Thank you. And to the members of the society, I thank you for this opportunity.
Gada Guko, will you take the floor? Gada Guko. Gada Guko. Fast. Gada Guko.
On those against.
Gada Guko.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was waiting for the mic.
Gada Guko.
Yes, Mr. President. On the mic.
Oh, you are God?
Yes, I am.
Oh, you are Gada Guko?
Yes, Mr. President.
Come here. Well, God Aguko. Huh? You can appoint an advocate to prosecute the motion on behalf.
Yes, Mr. President, I'm on the floor. If my understanding of all the proceedings and all the speakers is right, the motion by Mbithi was amended to include all members of the council. I therefore leave mine. If it was motion
Order, members.
Motion is the same. If we are to go by the proceedings, then my motion has been cured by the amendment which was made by your side, and I therefore leave.
Aguko, you don't want to move your motion? Okay, fine. Friends. Okay, fine. Insofar as the motion by Gada Guko is concerned, this is the determination. The motion was dated 8th. It was received by the society on the 8th of January, outside the time stipulated under Regulation 76. He did not seek leave to abridge time or to extend time. And when asked to move the motion, he did not even move the motion. The motion is hereby dismissed. Okay, fine. Let's go to the last motion. Order, members. We need to finish. The resolution that the motion is dismissed. Okay, fine. We have one written motion which we'll deal with, and then there's a last motion that was presented by Mary Mugai, which we have acted upon partly by getting an order, but there was a facet of it which relates to the conduct of the judicial officers. We'll revert to it. So before the floor of the House now, there is a motion dated the 14th of January 2021 by Mashina Brian Kinywa, filed with the Society on the 14th of January. Brian Mashina? Brian Mashina? Okay. Hapa hakuna order. The decision is as follows. This motion again was received out of time. The mover was not before the floor to move it when it was called. The motion is hereby dismissed and given back to whoever brought it. Fine. Okay, fine. Let's go to the motion by Mary Mugai. Madam Mary Mugai, are you here? She left. Okay, fine. Her motion having been acted upon, I think we're done. I think we have exhausted the agenda for today. We will sign the respective resolutions and have them acted upon. May I thank you once more, sincerely. Irungu Gadi, you will give a vote of thanks for having taken time out of your busy schedule to come and make this decision. It is our expectation that we will continue serving the society in our resolve to restore the lost glory of the Law Society. It is now more important than ever that the Law Society takes its position in order that it's not infiltrated and made to disintegrate like other societies, including but not limited to the teachers' NAT, whose disintegration you've all witnessed. Thank you so much. Kabata, you want to give a vote of thanks? Which role was given to senior? But say something, then you give the mantle to and we'll get somebody to pray, yeah? So, after Mutu wa kuomba. No. If you're going to pray, then let senior give the...
I have a small AOB, maybe that can be considered in another meeting. With your permission, Mr. President, my name is Maura Kabata. I am sorry I came late. I had a burning issue in a different town, but I'm glad I'm here. I have been following on the online platform, and I am happy to report that this meeting seems to be a success, and it is maybe in one part. You will notice that you fired us, but it is quite in order also. It is a success. But Mr. President, I pity with the council that you lead, and I pray as I close that we find harmony in the comfort of each other. There is nothing greater than that harmony. I know when the rain started to beat you, I know you will pass this cloud. So I also know that there is no particular provision of suspension of council members. So that's why they're seated here, because they don't deserve them to sit here. They should have walked out. But I am saying that they don't get suspended. There is no provision like that. So that error will be corrected later on, so I'm putting it as an AOB, because I am on to the issue of harmony of council. That is my prayer for today. I have no other further issue. I know after this there is usually the merry of drink. I am game. That is all.
My colleagues, as the chair of the task force role reform, I believe that what has happened here we might have some intervention. So through the President, I would like to tell you that we have a meeting tomorrow, and anybody who wants to put in anything, any suggestion on Advocates Act, Law Society Act, and the regulations thereof, please do so that we can include all this. Because like what has happened, like my friend here is saying, it might not be in the regulations, and what has happened today, maybe we should now put them in the law, in the regulations and all that. And throughout what has been happening since this council came into office, I believe all of us should think so much about our law society. Because if we are not united in here, we cannot go out there to talk to the society about the rule of law. Thank you, and God bless you. Everybody who came for this, and all those who are online, I believe that these issues that come and go may make us a bit more strong as Law Society of Kenya. Some of us have been there for more than 30 years, and we believe that it is the conscience of the Republic and the citizens of Kenya to have a very strong Law Society of Kenya. God bless you, God bless the Law Society of Kenya, and God bless everybody.
We bow down and pray. Wale wako na kofia tutoe. We pray. Almighty, we come upon you. We thank you for the peace you have given us during the deliberations of this meeting. We do pray that whatever we have agreed and that which left unresolved, dear Lord, may you guide us in our private capacities. May we have the wisdom to determine those issues, even when emotions run high, dear Lord. May that remain here so that the friendship that endures remain. I do pray for the Law Society, even with the unprecedented hurdles it's facing. I pray that you guide it, dear Lord. You protect it with your blood. I do pray this believing in your almighty name. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Happy, 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 happy.
Yeah.